out on the grass?
No, just pick it up and hold it in front of the speaker.
Ah, okay, perfect. All right.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 2 of the RAN 2017 Under-19 Championships. Today's first match is Trinidad and Tobago against the Turks and Caicos Islands. Could we please have both teams lined up with the match officials on the far touchline? That is the touchline closest to the officials' tent. Then walk over with the officials to this far 15-meter line, please.
And I got the ticket.
Morning, good afternoon. Everybody there? We've got the guys coming out on the field right now. Trinidad and Tobago against Turks and Caicos. We've got Austin, out back there. Doing his thing. The ball boys over here. A couple of assistant runners over here. And Sexy Legs himself.
We'll start proceedings with the national anthems from both teams, commencing with the Trinidad and Tobago anthem, so please be upstanding. Please remain standing for the anthem of the Turks and Caicos Islands.
All right, good morning, guys and girls. This is Gavin McLeavy here at the Rugby Americas North Championship alongside Mr. Awesome himself, Mr. Austin. How you doing, sir?
I'm good to go.
All right, we've got Trinidad and Tobago crouched down there, just getting themselves organised and psyched up for this game against Turks and Caicos. This is the Under-19 Rugby Americas North Championship. We are in Vizcaya Park, Miramar, in the beautiful, sunny South Florida.
Sunny it is. Hot.
Again.
Yep, again.
Not quite 1,000,000 degrees yet, but it's getting there.
It will be there for sure. Here goes Trinidad and Tobago getting their team psyched up. We're supposed to be looking out for their captain today. That's Malik Frazier. He's their number 4. He's their lock. He's getting them psyched up here. We'll see what he's got.
You think those boys are ready?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, listen, I watched Trinidad and Tobago last year, and for me, they were the complete team in this competition, and they ended up finishing 3rd in the competition. They had a rough second half against USA South in the semi-finals. So they didn't make it to the final. USA ended up playing Mexico, but for me, they were the complete package. They've got a lot of returning guys for this particular competition. Seems like they've got a few new guys, but generally it's the same team from last year. Missing one of the Pantor brothers has aged out, but other than that, it's pretty much the same squad. So they're about to kick off.
And that's going to be Jaron Panter with the kickoff, and he was amazing last year. I was on that USA South team that ended up beating Trinidad, but they were a good, strong side. And we saw this guy, number 10, with the kickoff, and he could kick the ball on the run. He could hit drop goals. He was all over the field, and he's fast. And they're going to have Turks and Caicos going to have their hands full with him today.
Yeah, I remember last year, between the two of them, the two brothers, they were just running rings around people. They got a nice chip and chase on them as well. Very good with their spatial awareness. They did cause a lot of problems last year, and not just those. They've got a lot of guys. They've got real strength in depth. They've got a good organisation within Trinidad. I was speaking with the coach, Jerome, and he was explaining the situation there. And they've got 8 or 9 teams that really are producing guys year over year. Their men's national team's doing well, so it's a good setup. And even on the women's side, they were playing later in the week. I think they're currently ranked 22 in the world on the women's circuit. So I mean, they've got themselves organised. They're taking it seriously. So we'll see how these guys do this year in comparison to last. And I think they're gonna cause some problems for the supposed champions. We'll see how it goes. Enjoy the game, guys.
There's Panter setting up his teammate as a great pass on the outside. Something you'll notice about Trinidad's game is they're able to, keep phase play going and just moving it wide. They definitely want to find the ball to the outside. And last year they had Jaron Panter as their outside center, but this year he's taking his brother's spot at 10, and we're going to see if he can set up his outside guys. You can tell the wings and the outside centers for Trinidad are going to be fast. But I also noticed that Turks and Caicos has built some size on them. They've been relatively small in the pack the last few years that I've been playing, and they look like they've got some size. We're supposed to watch out for Kalano Palmer, their loose head prop, and he's a big boy.
Yeah, they have put a bit of size on. I mean, I know that last year they were a younger crowd. Their coach was telling us, and we've already got a score here. Trinidad and Tobago have gone over early. We're only 2 minutes in.
Yeah, they were able to just move the ball down to the left and just keep pounding it. Usually you see them go back and forth down the field, but it only took them one side of the field to score it here. So that's just the strength of the forwards for Trinidad, especially number 4 there. We saw him take a few pick and goes towards the goal line. That's Malik Frazier, captain.
Yeah, Malik played very well last year, and they've got, like you mentioned earlier, Turks and Caicos. They have put on a bunch of size, and they've said to me that there's only 5 new guys in their squad in comparison to last year. So these guys have literally matured in the last 12 months, which, you know, that makes sense at the age of 17, 18, but they were very small last year, and it was definitely last year's competition for them was a learning curve. But we'll see today. Maybe they can cause a few problems for the Trinidad forwards, but they're very good at sucking in the attention so that those backs can do some work on the outside.
Wow, he banged that in from the outside. That's Panther. He's got a kick on him, and that's something they can control the game with. Is, you know, strong kicks can give you a good tactical advantage and pin teams deep. So we'll see if the Trinidad and Tobago backline is able to keep putting those kicks in and make it a tactical affair.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday, you weren't in the second game yesterday, but Bermuda against the Cayman Islands, they were using their fly half and scrum half very well in terms of territorial kicking, and they got it over the back of the wingers on a regular basis, and that was the difference. That game ended in 15-10, but it was all down to the kicking of the Bermudan halfbacks. So we'll see if we've got something similar with the Trinidad guys.
Turks and Caicos has a good defensive line set up. Let's see what their line speed looks like. They have to come up together to make a good stop. So while you can set up well as a defensive line, if you don't come up with that same line speed and push up together, it leaves gaps and holes for the Trinidad players. But luckily, a bad pass sets up Turks and Caicos with a scrum in their own 22. So we might be able to see a score out of Turks and Caicos early.
Okay, we get a good close-up here of the second scrum, or maybe the third scrum at this point, isn't it? Let's see how they how they set themselves up here and how organised that scrum can be. Trinidad set themselves extremely low, and Turks and Caicos really didn't have an answer for it. Just going in, they couldn't get themselves that low. Interesting. Got themselves a penalty out of it.
Turks and Caicos there is able to turn the ball over on a handling error by Trinidad, and now they've got their offense moving.
Lots of handling errors. I've seen at least 5 or 6 in the first 5 minutes.
That can happen when you get the jitters. This is these guys' first games of the tournament, so you can definitely feel the jitters early. See a lot of penalties, maybe a lot of handling errors, but hopefully later in this game they'll settle in and it'll be a lot.
Yeah, up until now it's been a ferocious pace. So those balls just bouncing straight off the chest because everyone's firing it around, getting really excited. Good kick.
Another
Good
solid kick from Panther.
That just puts him inside their 22. Puts Trinidad inside the Turks and Caicos 22. They went for the quick line out, but referee is pulling them back. It's Mr. Cisco, a local referee here in Florida, but regularly on the 7th circuit and the international circuit. Very, very well respected, a very young referee.
Like he said yesterday, best hair on the pitch.
Yep, the best haircut by a long shot. I just saw his dad floating around somewhere.
And there you go, maybe a bad throw, but Malik Fraser uses his height. He's able to get up and tip that one on the line out.
Nice little inside-outside, I like that. There's space out there, but ball's gone to ground again. Referee's let them play on. Was it a knock-on? I think it was.
Yeah, like I was saying, we noticed last year that they've got some height in their line out, and that can disrupt a lot of things. You know, if you have a guy like Frazier who's 6'3" plus, and they can put him up there in the front of the line out, it makes you kind of worry about kicking, because then you don't know if you're going to win the lineouts or not. So a guy with that height and that ability to jump like that causes a lot of problems.
Now take a look at the height of the Trinidad front row when they get into this scrum. It's really low. I mean, they're literally touching the floor. And Turks and Caicos maybe a little bit bigger set of guys, but they can't get that low. They're not used to it. But they've managed to pull it out the back there. It worked for them. maybe Trinidad are aware of that height, that weight advantage that maybe Turks and Caicos have.
So not a great kick from the number 10 for Turks and Caicos. That's Andy Forbes. They moved him from 8 to 10. He's played his rugby in Canada the last few months. There's Panther on the outside. He's a danger man. And another loose ball again. Opportunity squandered due to a handling error again. So
they move it along the line very quickly. That was it felt like 3 seconds. It went from the scrum all the way to the other line. So we've got another line out.
I'm hoping to see this game settle down a little bit and let the tactical play kind of let the teams decide it out. I'm a little bit tired of these handling errors, frankly.
Right.
Another line out.
The big hooker on hooker conversation there, and I think the Turks and Caicos hooker won that battle.
Yeah, that's a risky running that line out back to the hooker. You know, if they're not paying attention, you can sneak in for a try, but if they are, you get stuck.
Mm-hmm. I think saw one of the teams yesterday tried it a few times successfully. I can't remember who it was now. Was it USA? Was that USA South, or was it the first?
Yeah.
Game.
Another knock on towards Trinidad, so it's going to be a scrum to Turks and Caicos. They're deep in their own zone, so we're going to see if Turks and Caicos is able to get this ball out of pressure. I'm expecting a kick from the fly half, Andy Forbes. He's typically an 8-man, so I'm not sure what kind of kicks we're going to be able to see from him. We saw a less than decent one earlier, but I'm expecting a kick from Forbes here.
So you got Turks and Caicos in blue and white stripes, guys. Trinidad in their traditional red colours. They've gone the short side, big 8-man. Nice offload.
Box kick blocked by Frazier. That's the height again.
It's got to be a try.
And he goes in for the try.
Suicidal.
That's Frazier.
Suicidal box kick in that area with no protection, absolutely zero protection. His forwards, he wasn't communicating clearly with his forwards that he was going to do that, so therefore he got no protection, and there was 3 people actually blocked him. It wasn't just one.
That's the captain using his height again, stretching up, blocking the kick, grabbing the ball, diving in, and they're ready to go. They're hyped, they're pumped up.
So that takes us to 12-0, and young Panther will be taking the kick to hopefully take it to 14. Panther setting himself up for this kick. Good.
Nah, he missed it wide a little bit.
Across the face, so that's no good. So we're going to stay at 12-0, Trinidad, taking early lead.
So far, it's been all Trinidad in terms of possession, and I think that's what we've seen the most out of this tournament so far, is one team starving the other of possession.
Mm-hmm.
We saw USA South in the first game starve Jamaica of the ball, and eventually taking them down 47-0. Then the next game, the entire first half was Bermuda's ball, and then they got a 15-point lead, gave the ball back to Cayman for a while, and the game ended up 15-10. Now we see an early lead with Trinidad up 12-0, and they've had the ball the entire time, so it might be just following the script so far.
Working the pods, but if the ball keeps going to ground, they can't do much about it. They've got to work on the ball handling.
So right when I say that, Turks and Caicos gets the ball inside their own half with a strong run. It's number 4.
Second row forward.
Khalil Morris, big boy. The coach told us before the game, coach for Turks and Caicos, he said that their scrum half, Cara Oaten, is going to be missing the game today due to an illness, strep throat, mono, whatever it was. And they got that backup scrum half in there today. They were expecting him to play fly half, so they got their whole lineup kind of shifted around that illness. But we're going to see what they can do inside their own half here.
Turks and Caicos also had a problem with a couple of their guys not being able to actually make the trip. Got stopped at immigration, unfortunately. Guys that maybe of Haitian heritage and actually got stopped at immigration. They've been living in the Turks and Caicos Islands. The political problems that continue in the Caribbean with Haiti has actually influenced this competition, with Turks and Caicos losing a couple of players as they're going through the airport. But they're trying to work on that, and hopefully they can get those particular young lads over here before the end of the competition. So
yeah, they said they had to fly Ralph Victor to the U.S. Embassy in Turks and Caicos, get him an appointment, and hopefully get him out. He's a big front rower. It's a dummy pass from Panther. What a play!
Phenomenal work. We got a real good close-up of that of the ball handling skills of Panther there. That was great. Great stuff too.
A dummy switch to draw in one defender, set him free, and then he puts his winger away with a skip pass. That's impressive play.
Mm-hmm.
And I told you he's going to be a good player. And we saw him playing at outside center last year, and he's a stud.
I think at one point that ball he floated it to himself for several seconds. It's like Jedi powers.
Or Johnny Sexton.
Yeah. So maybe the third or fourth line out down in this corner. Trinidad have got it this time. Looks like they're going for a maul.
I think it's the first maul we've seen this whole tournament,
yeah,
surprisingly.
True.
Out of Trinidad. We saw them do that a lot last year with some of their bigger locks they have. Oh, a nice switch ball. It's upended by the number 12 for...
Good work by the fly half. Turks and Caicos fly half almost found himself stealing that ball, but the decision went the other way.
Another knock on inside their own 10. Costed opportunity.
But the pace of this game so far is ferocious. It's really nice to see these guys really going at it and want to stamp their authority on the competition, not just on this game.
Good morning.
Morning. So another scrum, just a couple of yards out, just left of the sticks.
I've been impressed with Trinidad's continuity of play so far.
Very well drilled.
Take it into contact without doing too much, or cycle and move it out again. So I think as soon as we see Trinidad be able to hold on to the ball a little bit better, we're going to see maybe the points come on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Defense has been pretty strong in terms of forcing these mishandlings and turnovers by Turks and Caicos, though. Ball's out. It's just sitting right there in the open.
Yeah, there was some serious shove. I think they distracted themselves with all the grunting.
Another knock on inside the 5 by Trinidad. I've counted at least 10 knock-ons or handling errors thus far by Trinidad.
Yeah, it's. I think maybe those particular balls that they've got this year, I'm not overly impressed with them. Seem a little bit light. It's a different brand I haven't seen before, so it'd be. I think that I saw a little bit of that yesterday as well. So it was a much more humid day yesterday. Furthermore, so maybe
when the sweat gets on that ball, it's just slippery bar soap. So we'll see what they can do later in this game. It is less humid though. You can definitely tell. There's Andy Forbes with the kick. It might stay in. No, actually a very strong kick, 25-yard boot, and it bounces in and rolls out. So that's just what you want there. Relieve a little pressure. It's going to be Trinidad line out on about the 30-yard line, meters, Union or
meters, yards,
calculations.
feet. I don't know.
There's Frazier, takes it easily. He's 6 foot something, and he jumps up there, gets high up in the air, and nabs it easily.
Yeah, I'm freaking out this week at the size of some of these players. You know, they're supposed to be under 19, but yesterday there was a couple of guys at 6'7" and 6'5", and I got another guy at 6'4".
Don't want to post-game interview them, make us look like minions. There's the big boy, number 3 for Turks and Caicos, Caleb Pratt. He's got some size on him.
Trinidad stole that ball, I think.
Turks stole that ball. Oh, just now, yeah. Trinidad stole it.
We blinked and it happened.
Their line speed's pretty decent for Turks and Caicos. They definitely want to come up and make contact. Got a few big hitters. I've seen number 12 and number 13 for Turks and Caicos. That's Jed Dorval and Kermaine Simmons coming up and trying to lay the wood.
Crossing, surely.
Line break, offloads, another knock on.
Hey, it all looks pretty, and if they can pull it off every so often, they're going to score tries. I mean, if they keep knocking it on, okay, they're not going to get that many opportunities, but they keep getting that back line, then every time, there's never a basic movement. There's never a simple movement. It's always keeping the defense guessing.
And like I said earlier, Jerron Prater came in from outside center last year. He's playing fly half this year. And I noticed the line starts to drift, but as soon as it gets to him at fly half, it straightens up. They're running loops off of him. He knows how to straighten the line. And you can definitely tell his center skills are coming in, and it's drawing in that Turks and Caicos defense. If they can just hold on to the ball on the outside, they're going to be scoring. And we're taking a water break here, actually. They do that when it's hot out. They take these water breaks because it gets too hot for player safety. So we take, I think it's about every 15 minutes stoppage, they do a water break.
Yeah, I heard the referees mentioning it yesterday. They're going to try and put one water break in each half, 35-minute halves.
Yep. 15 minutes.
So in the middle of that, they take a quick break just for water and then get straight back to it.
But I'm so sorry, but I'm not going to let you sit on here because every time you move, it moves my camera. I'm so sorry. I can give you the chair. Maybe you can sit on the
This water break might be a good time to get those jitters out. Like I said yesterday with that injury stoppage, it might be a good time for the coaches to come on, say, hey, squeeze the ball, hold on to it, let's take it in and recycle instead of, fumbling it, knocking it on. This might be a good time to talk it out, get things worked on, maybe a couple of digs, get those worked out, get back going.
Good opportunity for the coaches to get in the ear of their players. It's not a half-time break or anything. It's just a quick drink of water. Everyone's good, and they get going again. All right. Mr. Cisco's getting them underway again. Current score is 12-0, Trinidad and Tobago in the red. Played against Turks and Caicos in blue. Again, that Trinidad and Tobago front row gets nice and low, but I do believe the Turks and Caicos guys have got a bit more strength, a bit more weight. But technically, Trinidad seem a little better in the scrum. They've got the dropsies again.
You can see those sponsorships on Turks and Trinidad's jerseys. I like the jerseys a lot better last year, but I do love Church's Chicken.
Church's Chicken, the sponsor of Trinidad and Tobago national team, and why not? It's good chicken. Another knock on from Trinidad and Tobago. I think it was when they got upset because I was making fun of their Church's Chicken. Dropped the ball, distracted. Very positive, the Trinidad guys, that they speak to each other, communication's good. It's very upbeat, refreshing to see. That's Fraser, the second row forward that you can hear. He's really geeing up his boys, yeah.
Motivating them, saying, let's go. In that broken English. It's fun to listen to. I think you can definitely say Turks and Caicos has got the size advantage in the front row.
The size,
big guys.
But it's the size. They've got the size, but it seems to me Trinidad technically are a little bit better. They're lower. They're more solid.
Better first bang.
Yeah, everything on the entire second row, 4, 5, 6, and 7 is all in one line. There's no disconnect from shoulder to butt on their front row. Zero disconnect, but in comparison, Turks and Caicos, the shoulders are all off. Makes a big difference. Brute force doesn't always work in the front row.
Agreed.
I've been
that
there.
Line speed from the back line of Trinidad are able to come up and stop the Turks and Caicos back line early. Put a little pressure. It's almost like moving the ball, but you're on defense. You just keep pushing them back, pushing them back. I think one more pass there, they would have been breaking away. Oh, that's a clear penalty. You can't come around from the side like that.
It was just sitting there for him and he couldn't resist. It was sitting facing him and he couldn't resist, so he picked it up.
I've noticed referee Cisco has been able to communicate what the infringements are. And as a player, you like to see that because you don't really know quite what you've done wrong. But when he tells you clean up, straight up, you've done it wrong. You get it fixed.
And I think it's a big part of refereeing nowadays is to be able to communicate what it is that you're maybe giving a penalty for, and especially with the younger guys, youth teams and high school ages, you've got to be able to educate them. It's the best way to grow the game and grow it correctly. A few of the Turks and Caicos guys are looking a little tired already. Those scrums are taking a toll.
And, oh, Malik Fraser's almost able to steal that ball. But Turks and Caicos hang on a little bit loose. There's Jed Dorville, able to spin move off some guys and make a few meters. Might be a line break. We got a pod set up. Turks and Caicos got number 2. Taylor Forbes able to pound it up. He got it down. Good recycle play here from Turks and Caicos. It's kind of the first offensive possession we've really seen them pounding the ball.
Smart move by the tackler there. That boy was a big one, so he went low, just cut him down, sided him down at the knees.
You see Captain Andy Forbes say, "Why are you watching?" He's tired of his players standing around looking, getting to the action.
They're nice and organized.
They're finally getting some momentum here.
Yeah,
that's Tyler Forbes again, pounding through.
They went, I think, 6 phases, and they were sat right on the halfway line for 6 phases, but finally made some progress.
There's Jed again. They're shouting for him. They're liking what he's doing. It's a little bit disorganized, but it's working. They're kind of breaking the line.
I think that Turks and Caicos have realized what their strength is, and it's maybe not around the outside. They're going to go through the middle and use those big bodies. They're 1, 2, and 4, 12. They're all solid kids.
Jed Dorville's been able to get tackled, get back up, get the ball, get tackled, get back up over and over, and he's the workhorse right now, number 12 for Turks and Caicos. And they're inching their way. It's going to be a tired attack, but it's working.
Yeah, it's a lot of grunt work, but if they can make it happen and keep the momentum for the rest of the game like this, they'll be in good shape. They might be able to put some ball. There you go. They've lost to Trinidad now.
Turnover. There's Panther. I expect a kick right here. Line break. A little bit of an errant pass, but they still retain possession.
And a good counter rook.
Yep, a kick through. I expected that. He stays in bound. A nice sidestep. This might be a try right here, ladies and gents. Oh, he
and
drops
getting
it and knock on.
He started running before he caught it.
It's like every time they cross the 22, they just want to knock it on.
End-to-end stuff here, though. We're back all the way back now in Turks and Caicos 22.
This has been a long series of plays. This has been about 5, 6 straight minutes of just...
Yeah, there was about 7 or 8 phases right here, then it moved further through. And now all the way back up here.
Line break from number 4. It's Khalil Morris. We've seen him bust through a few times.
I think Trinidad are hitting that counter ruck again.
Now you're starting to see the hands on hips from both sides. A few guys taking knees, wandering around. This is a long series of plays, and it's hot out here. It's not easy.
A little overzealous on that last pass, so we finally got a little bit of a break.
Look around the park. Look at all the hands on hips and people laying on the ground.
It's like a battlefield. There's bodies everywhere. I don't think they're particularly injured. I think they're just genuinely tired.
We've got a guy from Trinidad down, a guy from Turks down, trainers running on the field. This is unreal. I haven't seen anything like this. Just not enough people to get to the scrum.
The referee.
And they're going to call a water break.
They're going to call a water break just because.
Second time.
Actually, I think that the guy in the middle of the park is rolling around in a bit of pain now. It wasn't just heat exhaustion.
You said it was blistering pace to start.
It really was.
They kind of kept it up for the first, I don't know, 23 minutes of this game.
Yeah, it's been non-stop. Like it took a little lull for about a minute where it was just a little, you know, a lot of scrums, a lot of lineouts, but then that was breathtaking. Another opportunity for a little conversation with the coaches, get the water in them. Still 7 minutes left in this half.
I'm excited for that next game, too. We're going to see Mexico, the defending finalist, take on USA South's second side. And I expect USA South B to put on a show. I think that, you know, they might be a second side or a B team, but I don't think they're going to be run over. I think they're going to put on a good show, and I think they're going to be strong. Coach Mark Williams said that while they're called Team 2, they play almost just as a separate team in this tournament, and they want to win it just like everybody else.
Yeah, there's I got a few of the kids from the local Okapi Wanderers team are in there, and there's some talent. It's nice to be able for USA South to be able to put 2 teams in, albeit the second team was kind of a last minute idea, but it just proves that the Southeast has got a rugby community, because we can put 2 teams out for an international tournament like this. It's great news.
I think they had one of the teams in this tournament pull out a little late, and
yeah,
that's why they had to replace it with the second side. But the South organization, they would pull them all together and get them to the tryouts, get them to the camps, and got the 25-man roster. So they're gonna put on a show. I think they're gonna play well against Mexico, and I hope Mexico is expecting a good game, because they're gonna get it.
Yeah, that's for sure. There's a lot of debate around the geographical size of USA South, and it's obviously an issue in terms of can you get to training and things like that. And these guys, they do the tryouts 3, 4, 5 times over a period. You know, we had this conversation yesterday, and I think if it's maybe regionalized a little bit more, so that there's, rather than having kids travel all over the place, maybe coaches going to certain areas and doing, you know, obviously it would be cheaper. You know, you're only getting one coach going somewhere rather than asking lots of kids to pay to travel to get to training. I think that might help that situation. That's my opinion. USA South organises how they please, of course, but I think that might help their situation. Maybe having a coach come to Florida, and maybe one in the south, another later in the north, and then you've got Georgia, Carolinas. That way that the travel expense isn't so much on the families. because then they do have to travel for the tournaments too. You go to Iran, and then they do sometimes they go to the islands in Mexico other years, and then for friendlies and warm-up games, things like that. There's a lot of stress on the families.
They're calling them back. We're going to have 7 minutes left in the first half. 12-0 Trinidad, but I'd say Trinidad's dominated so far, and I think the score is a little bit different if they kept the ball in hand and are able to hold on to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those games that could have swung either way at this point. You could be 30-0 to Trinidad, or it could be, I mean, Turks and Caicos, when they've realized, hey, if we do this, we just go straight down the middle, we keep it secure for a while, let's get some stability. You know, Trinidad were on their back foot for a little while, and they had to work very hard to get that ball back. However, when they did get that ball back, they were up the other end of the park very, very quickly. They turned things around rapidly.
I think if Turks and Caicos sticks to their center play, and their centers can maintain their stamina, I think they can put some points on the board here. They've busted through a few times. Some of their bigger props, hookers, locks have been able to break the line. And then I think we see to play recycle ball. No real hard offloads, no 50-50 passing. Just break the line, reset, break the line. Whereas I think Trinidad's attack is more, set up off offloads and moving it back and forth in continuity. And a knock-on, just when I say that, in the centers.
But neither of the passes that came out of the back of the scrum were good. The scrum half, the fly half had to jump to catch his, and then he threw another one and just straight to ground.
Yeah, you like to see the scrum half able to put the ball straight on the front foot of the fly half and let him take it at a little bit of pace, kind of make some decisions. But yeah, that ball went behind him, and when you have to look away from the guy coming at you, it kind of takes that reaction timing away and can cause all sorts of problems. And there you go, it's a knock-on. I was pretty impressed with USA South scrum half in the first game yesterday. Diego Haro, he's first year at RAN, but he went to Barbados and played some sevens for USA South, and he was able to just continuously over and over again put the ball exactly where he wanted it. I think that's important out of scrum half play.
Yeah, the recycling was phenomenal yesterday from USA South. It was just once they went down in the tackle, within 2 seconds the ball was back out again, so that the other team couldn't get any composure defensively. Resetting for a scrum here.
So we've got Mexico in the stands watching this game, as they will be taking, if they can win the next game, they'll be playing against the winner of this game. If they lose, they'll play the loser. But we've got Mexico in the stands, and USA South B is just now showing up, maybe getting ready for warm-ups pretty soon. About the next 20 minutes they'll start warming up. And Jaron Panther's able to switch the field. That's excellent play. That's going to be a try.
It's got to be. And over in the corner.
A try by
Great
number
try.
14, wing Isaac Small. Coach Jerome from Trinidad was telling us that he was going to be a standout player today on the wing, Isaac Small. So that's the first time they've really been able to move it without losing the ball on the outside, and what do you know, they scored from the winger.
Yeah, no, again, very coordinated in the back line. And a lot of no-look passes, because they don't need to look, because they know where their player is going to be, where their partner is going to be. They're just very well drilled. They've got everything down pat. They're not thinking twice about their moves. That they pop that ball up. Someone comes from deep, from a different angle. They know that man's going to be there catching the ball. Like I mentioned earlier, if you've got that kind of situation where you're constantly passing the ball quickly, but you know where your man is, you can do it a lot quicker. That maybe is why the ball's going to ground. But when it's successful, it's beautiful to see, and they keep racking up the points all the same. It's quite a big kick. This is a challenge for a kick.
I think Panther's going to make this ball. He's a strong kicker. He's been banging them home earlier, so let's see if he's got it. Far kick for a right-footed kicker right here.
The breeze has dropped from yesterday, though, so he hasn't got any breeze in his face or anything. Nothing major, at least.
Just right. Pretty far right. Always curious how they can make these kicks with both those posts back to back, and it's a little janky.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously this is regularly a soccer and American football field, but we put in posts yesterday on the try line as it's supposed to be in rugby. So often is the case in the USA, you have to play your rugby on a football field. But local volunteers from Okapi Wanderers came yesterday and put up the posts. And on this replay right here, you can see the continuity and the organisation within the back line to score that try in the corner.
Oh, what a play. An offload under the arm to number 6. That's Garrett down the sideline. He's got a breakaway. This is going to be, oh, he gets tripped up. And a knock on. Wow. A breakaway run with the offload over to Garrett, who stormed down the sideline. That's Wayne Garrett, the blindside flanker. Was able to get about a 50-yard run until he's tripped up and unfortunately knocked it on. That was an impressive under-the-arm offload. You don't see that a lot.
I honestly missed the whole thing because I was watching the guy that was over here. I think it's the number 8 for Turks and Caicos. Yeah. Took a nasty hit, and I thought for a second maybe he broke his arm the way that he was holding it. He got up and told the trainer, "Go away, leave me alone."
Yeah, that was Daniel DeLowry. He came up for a big hit, and he landed it, but they were able to offload it just before he made that hit. So yeah, he seemed a little shaken up.
Yeah.
But he didn't care. He walked back down there and got in the scrum. It's toughness right there. Breakaway run.
Another scrum for Turks and Caicos back on their own line, but I think maybe Trinidad stole it. They have again, and now they've got all that space. Panther with a little hitch kick, and he's broken through himself.
That's try time.
And that's a try right under the sticks. What a nice little hitch kick to accelerate through that space.
Dive, duck, dip, dive, and dodge, and he's in the end zone.
Great try, great individual effort, but it came from the pack. In the counter scrum, the ball, it was a Turks and Caicos ball, but again, Trinidad just dip in the front row and give them a shove and steal the ball. Great hooking.
I wonder if we're able to get a replay here. Kind of want to see that sidestep one more time. Yeah, it looks like Trinidad's going to put the gas down here. Their captain, Malik Frazier, has been talking this whole game, been pumping up his team, and he's a good leader. You know, he makes an impact on all phases of the game. Defense, lineouts, the scrum with that long body, and just then so able to put up a try.
Looks like half-time. We're at 24-0, half-time, Trinidad and Tobago against Turks and Caicos. 24-0, not an unfair explanation of the game, but Turks and Caicos have got a lot of armory that they could use, but they're just not taking advantage of their opportunities. Just a quick look at the at that last try, but a nice little hitch kick there, and literally dragging the number 9 with him, and then loses grip. Yeah, and then another sidestep there, and just bounces over. What a beautiful try!
That's going to be a highlight of the tournament for sure. Great try from Jaron Panther. This might be his 3rd year playing.
I believe so.
Trinidad under 19s. His older brother was playing last year. He was the 10. He was just as good, if not better.
Yep, I'm on.
Good.
We're good. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. It's the second half of the Trinidad and Tobago versus Turks and Caicos Islands. Current score is 24-0 to Trinidad and Tobago. On the right hand of your screen, they are dressed in red. Turks and Caicos in blue, about to kick off.
The stars of this game so far has been number 4 for Trinidad, Malik Frazier. Number 10 for Trinidad, Jaron Panter. And there you go, Malik Frazier takes that ball high in the air. He's a big, tall kid for Trinidad. But Turks and Caicos has been able to, move the ball. They just, get stopped and turn it over after long drives. So we might see Turks and Caicos put together a little bit better of a second half showing.
Fraser took that like he was taking a stroll in the park. Jumped, caught it. Chilling. Easy
What
day.
a sidestep and a big hit on number 15, Trevon Garland.
You're going to be feeling that for about a week.
He was dancing, sidestepping all over the field, but you got to know there's a big guy coming. And oh,
God.
Number 3, Caleb Pratt for Turks and Caicos just ran over somebody.
He was waffled, is what we would say.
There's Panter kicking it around.
Oh, it is a nice pickup. He's going to go. Oh, beautiful little pop pass, too.
That's try time.
What a try.
Jaron Panter is able to kick a loose ball, chase it down, teammate catches it, pass over, and try. We might be able to get a replay for you on that. Yeah, but you see him kick that ball, chase it down, field it, and get a pass to Panter, and you're not going to catch him in the open field, and that's try time.
It's just like broad daylight robbery.
Yep.
He just steals the ball from someone, goes for a walk. But no, phenomenal stuff. Great rugby, great entertaining rugby this afternoon in Miramar.
It's been fast-paced, ball going everywhere. Not a lot of stoppages so far, and it's just been all over the park. It's a tiring game. That's why you're seeing guys, go down like this, cramping up like that.
And guys, if you're watching this through Facebook or YouTube, whatever it is, we have a stream that you've clicked on. Feel free to share it with your friends. We want more people playing rugby than this kind of international level rugby that's being played in the southeast of the USA, and it's got Caribbean teams. You've got Trinidad, Tobago, Turks and Caicos. Send it to your friends. People will be interested to watch this, and especially today because this game is absolutely phenomenal. A great advert for the game.
We were actually told at halftime that one of these Trinidad players was
the
watching the tournament last year, and he said, "Man, I want to play on that team." And he ended up trying out, making the team, and he just had a long run in the first half. So, that's just a testament to this live stream. And so we hope you share it with your friends, and hopefully get more players out here and more fans watching, and hopefully bolster rugby as a sport, especially in the United States and on all these other countries.
It's been a good standard between yesterday and today. Some phenomenal rugby, and obviously it's kind of like the qualifiers section right now. So this is where we find out who the stronger teams are and the weaker teams, and then later in the week, that's when you're going to find some more evenly matched games as they get towards the finals next Saturday. So a guy injured from that kickoff. Fraser from Trinidad jumps up to catch that ball, and the young lad from Turks and Caicos looks like maybe he rolled an ankle or something in the pile-up.
That's number 20, Ashad Dane. He came in as a substitute, and unfortunately might have came down on his ankle.
And we got his replacements coming in right now. Good set of fresh legs for the second half. Young lad, number 21.
I expect Frazier to go up and grab this ball out of the air just as he's done so gracefully in the first, 5 kickoffs. He just goes up there and grabs it at that 6'4", you think he is?
I hope in Turks and Caicos maybe have changed their game plan a little bit and stop kicking it at the
biggest guy in the park, yeah.
Look for a different space, boys. I do like the directness of the Turks and Caicos guys, though. Their forwards working hard through the middle. They may not have as much talent as the Trinidad team at the back, so they're using what they've got, and they've got a fair chunk of meat in the front row, and even in the second row, there's a few big guys too.
No doubt about it, and we've seen Caleb Pratt and Kalano Palmer, the two props, just been running ragged through Trinidad. So if they can keep feeding those guys, as well as the center, Jed Dorville, they might have a chance to get some points on the board, hopefully. But these Trinidad players are so fast and so connected, it seems.
Yeah.
Just going to keep holding on to this ball.
They've spent a lot of time together training. You can see it just in the movement of their passes. They know where the next player is coming from.
So it's an offsides penalty against Turks and Caicos. So I think Panther might take a shot at posts here. We're going to see.
That's a big one, but he's got a little bit of a breeze behind him, so maybe. Oh no, he's going for.
I think he's going to go for touch, yeah. He's got a boot on him. We saw him last year, and he's a great player. He played outside center last year and could kick on the run. So now they've got him kicking, and this one might stay in. It does, and it's going to roll into the end zone. He needs to grab that. A smart play by Andy Forbes, the captain, fly half from Turks and Caicos. He puts that ball down in his own end zone. It's a smart play under pressure.
Yeah, he's the brains in this team, and he's always. I've heard him several times giving instructions to maybe the guys that are a little green.
Yeah, he was going to be playing 8-man in this tournament, but unfortunately the scrum half, Caro Oten, came down with an illness, so they had to shuffle around the lineup a little bit, and they moved him to 10 and the fly half to 9. So we're going to see a little bit of a shake-up in the lineup, but he's done pretty well to lead this team so far.
Yeah, I'm impressed with him. Simple pick and go from Turks and Caicos, and I think if they're going to make any progress, that's how they're going to have to do it. They're going to have to pick and go to get the Trinidad guys distracted a little bit so that they can find some space. And I don't necessarily think that space is going to come all the way out wide. It may come through that middle channel.
I expect the Panther to move that, and there he goes.
There's
got an overload here. Cadet, stiff arm,
that was quick.
stays in. That's try time.
What a try, great stuff.
That is Emmanuel Cadet, the fullback, comes in. He had help on the outside, but he decided to back himself, and he took it down the sideline for a try.
That was some serious speed.
They're going to show that again for you. You see Panther gather the loose ball, move it wide where he has open men, and they move it down, setting up fullback Cadet, Emmanuel Cadet, for the try. And that's Malik Frazier, the captain for Trinidad and Tobago, shouting "One team, one dream," and they want to win this tournament. They were close last year with a 12-point lead on USA South to hopefully send themselves to the championship last year, but maybe some tired legs and a few mistakes cost them the potential championship. And they're putting on a show early, 34-0. They still got 30 minutes left.
This is what happened last year. They played really well, really early, and like I said, they only had for me, they had one half of a game that didn't go their way, and they ended up third instead of first. So I like what I've seen so far. I'd like to see them do well and at least make it to the final. I wouldn't want them to beat our USA South boys, of course, but I'm sorry for all those guys back in Trinidad, but I got a couple of investments in that USA South team. Two of my boys that I've been coaching for a few years have been selected, so I'm looking forward to that. We'll see how it all goes.
The much anticipated USA South B versus Mexico is next. It's going to be a 3 p.m. kickoff Eastern time, and we're going to see the finalists from last year, Mexico, take on the new edition USA South B. And I don't expect they're going to be a B side in terms of play. They're going to be strong. They got brought into this tournament late, and so they're kind of a collection of new talent, and they're going to put on a show. I'm excited to see them play. Tune in at 3 p.m. at RAN Super Week. Give us a hashtag, give us a shout out, comment on our Facebook, comment on our YouTube stream, and Give us some likes, some shares.
A little bit of ill discipline creeping into Turks and Caicos, getting maybe frustrated. They're 34-0 down, and it's understandable they're going to get frustrated, but if they can keep their composure and do their country proud, that would be the way forward. Let's try and keep it positive. I think Fraser may have lost a tooth.
Yeah, he's just threw his tooth onto the pitch. He had it in his hand for a second, and he just threw it on the field.
I think he caught it as he got hit. He actually caught the tooth.
That's toughness from the captain, Malik Fraser. He's got a try in this game. He's been a motivational leader, and now he's the toothless leader. Trinidad and Tobago.
I know a few of those guys.
Oh, snap.
Fraser looks a little dazed after all of that. He's thinking about his life right now. Some decisions need to be changed,
yeah.
maybe.
Maybe Church's Chicken can get him a new tooth. You're looking at the face of Church's Chicken, Malik Fraser.
I don't like how the second row sets up for the Turks and Caicos guys. If they could rejig their scrum, they could do so much more with it.
8-man. Pick. Oh, what a side set from the 9.
Kid is quick.
That was 8-man.
And he's still going.
Daniel DeLowry on the pick and go, setting up his scrum half, Sherman Taylor, who's been subbed in. Trinidad. He's supposed to be playing fly half, now he's scrum half with a side step.
Trinidad may have counter-rucked this.
And that's going to be a penalty, not coming in straight.
The Turks and Caicos fly half, number 10, Andy Forbes. He's trying to direct his guys. Some of the guys are getting a little frustrated. He's trying to reorganize them, get them focused again.
This is their first real attempt inside the 10. This might be a sign of life from Turks and Caicos late in the game. Andy Forbes has kind of taken control of his team. I think he's in at scrum half now, actually. He's been all over the field. He's supposed to be playing 8-man in this game, and he's now at scrum half. And they're about to go in for a try here. Held up.
Unlucky.
So that's good defense from Trinidad to hold him up. So it's going to be a scrum to Turks and Caicos on the 5.
Great fight from Turks and Caicos. 34-0 down, and you keep playing like this. That's when you bond as a team when you do things like this. You advance as a team. That's the kind of thing that a coach can take, and for the next game remind them, listen, what we did in the last 10 minutes or the last 15 minutes of that game. We were down, but we still stuck together. That's useful for coaches to use going forward in a competition where they're maybe not too successful early on.
Especially in the first game with a young team. You know, you see teams like this where they're, maybe 17 years old across the board, and you say, hey, we didn't play well in the first half of our tournament. Maybe we had jitters. Maybe we didn't tackle well, but we came back. You played well for the rest of the tournament. You come back next year and you're a contender. You saw that, out of Jamaica, winning the trophy side, and then coming up and they're going to compete in the cup side. So you never know what can happen in a tournament like this with a young team.
I think that number 8, all he had to do was drop his shoulder, and he lifted it instead and got held up again. Just trying to get that across that line a little bit too high.
They say held up again.
Held up again.
Good defense.
Turks and Caicos, they're getting to that line and standing a little bit too tall.
So what comes from positive motivation from Fraser turns into a little bit of trash talk, and now we've got a little bit of a battle over here, a little pushing match, a little shoving match, maybe puffing out the chest a little bit.
Kermaine Simmons seems a little frustrated and wants to take a pop and getting held back by his captain. Unfortunate to see that. I understand their frustration, but you got to chill.
Might be a little bit of frustration from Turks and Caicos after not being able to score from their own 5-yard line. going to call the captains over, and I think Frazier might have been the instigator in that conflict, so it won't be too hard to communicate to the team, as it was him kind of talking the noise. You hear Turks and Caicos, number 9, Sherman Taylor, coming in and gathering his team, leading them vocally, maybe having them calm down. They just want to punch some points on the board. They're, 3 yards out, and they can't get the ball in. They just need to calm down, play their phases, and score here.
Yeah, because it worked in the first half. They were coming through the middle. It was relatively simple stuff. If they can repeat that, they can get some ground and maybe get themselves on the board. They're getting close. They're challenging Trinidad. It's a good step forward, but they've got to keep their heads cool.
So with tempers running high, we're going to see what happens here from 5 meters out for Turks and Caicos. I think it would be good for momentum to see them put one in here. So it's going to be Turks and Caicos put in. We've got split backs for Turks and Caicos. So that's going to force Trinidad to pick a side or set up split as well, which is a defensive
I think Trinidad might have taken it again. They stole another one.
They stole the scrum, giving Panther the ability to clear the pressure, and he does. If it can stay out. And it stays in.
That's at 50-yard line, so they've got a lot of work to get back down there.
That's a 50-yard pressure relief, and they still retain possession.
And they've got the ball back. Wow,
That's
excellent
work. Play.
Another quick recycle here, and it's over.
They've got numbers on the left side, and they've got the entire Turks and Caicos team retreating. They can just move it wide. They've got the winger out here, Isaac Small, ready, with no one in front of him.
Disappointed that the scrum half didn't get that out quick because there's
Frazier, and he gets lit up right there. That's a big hit.
And that's
number 12, Jed Dorval.
That's it. Focus your energy. Focus your aggression.
On. Wow, they had it wide open on the open side, and they weren't able to convert. That's good defense from Turks and Caicos.
It's good recovery. I think if the scrum half had just played that recycle a little bit quicker, he stood over it, thought about it for about 4 seconds. By the time he'd done that, Turks and Caicos had set themselves up. You've got to keep them on the back foot. A quick recycle, they had a 4 or 5 man overlap. Fraser is becoming quite a big personality here.
He's talking up his team. He's talking against Turks and Caicos. He's throwing his tooth all around the field, scoring tries. I like this guy.
Good pick up from the young Turks and Caicos scrum half.
Another thing I've been really impressed with has been Cisco, the referee Cisco, and his ability to communicate what he wants to the either side. Whether it be making the calls and telling them what they've done wrong or getting the teams back on sides. He's been able to really manage this game as a referee. I've been really impressed with the referee play. And there he goes, getting in the way of the runner.
Cisco got a stiff arm from the number 12 Turks and Caicos. I'll ask him about that later on. See how I felt about the whole situation.
While the score looks lopsided, I've noticed that Turks and Caicos is not giving up on these hits. They come in and they barrel in and make those big hits. I've been loving what I see out of their defense.
Yeah, this game is not over by any means. There's still plenty of fight left in these lads, and I'm quite happy to say that there's 20 minutes left because I'm quite happy watching this for another 20 minutes. Yes.
So number 16, the front rower, David Harvey for Trinidad has just entered the game. He's actually that player I mentioned earlier that was listening to this live stream last year, and he said, "Hey, I want to play on that team." So he, watched the game, and then he came out to the tryouts for Trinidad, and now he's out here making his presence felt, and he's gonna get his first debut here for Trinidad and Tobago. So that's something we really like to see. It means a lot to us and over here in the commentary crew that we can set something up with the help from our production team and, help the game in that way. And so, we're going to see what the hooker, he's going in a hooker, David Harvey, can add to this Trinidad side and maybe put some more points on the board.
It's a very proud moment for us.
Yeah.
We found a new rugby player, and now we're commentating on it. It's great. A little tear in my eye. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this, and Cisco's pointing out the second row forwards are just sitting way too high. It's dangerous because if your backside's in the air, that means your head's down because you've got the guys in the Trinidad front row are so low, and maybe know a little bit more about that kind of work, where you're going to end up with your head smashed into the ground if you step forward. So Cisco's, I think, very aware of that, and Trinidad keep winning these scrums because of it. They're just sitting a little too high. You need to bend your knees, bend your hips. 90 and 90.
That's Panther with a line break. He's so fast. Look at that offload. Wow. Kind of a no-look pass there, and it's going to be a knock-on. So you love to see him dance around the park, but pass like that doesn't look too great. If you're listening here live on the RAN Super Week stream, feel free to stay tuned for our next game. That's Mexico versus USA South B. And we're kind of watching Mexico over there warm up. They're no joke. They've got serious size. And they're the finalists from last year, losing to USA South's A side in the 2016 championship, which I was lucky to be a part of. But yeah, they've got some serious size over there. And they're going to be playing USA South's B team. And the B team for USA South is no joke. They're going to be strong and athletic across the board. And we're going to see what they have at their first game against the defending finalist, Mexico.
Yeah, it's going to be a good game. I'm looking forward to seeing Mexico play again. They have a very different dynamic to the rest of the teams. Play very differently, more almost like an Argentine style of rugby, a bit more flair. Maybe similar in the back line like the Trinidad guys, but don't have that same height.
So we saw Turks and Caicos running the ball strong with their captain Andy Forbes. Then all of a sudden we got a big poach from Trinidad attack.
Lots of space out here.
That's going to be try.
Still got work to do.
Called that much too early.
Not bad defense from Turks and Caicos. Good effort.
And it's going to be a knock-on. I called it way too early. Can't really see the line from here, but...
Yeah, it's deceptive.
But a knock-on inside the 5 again from Trinidad. So, I mean, I think this game could have been a 60-point affair if Trinidad was able to hold on to that ball earlier in the game. And, right now, this game could have been a lot worse.
Early game jitters is what they had, I think.
And that's toothless leader Malik Frazier shouting "One team, one dream" once again. One team, one dream, one tooth.
You got all your teeth? You haven't lost any teeth yet?
No. Broken nose, but all my teeth are intact.
Lucky boy. You got years to go yet, though. How old are you? 20?
I'm 19 right now.
19?
Yeah.
So, okay.
Aged out by a month or two for this tournament, but still got some years under me.
I said the same thing this year. Still got another 20 years of playing time.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. I need to stop. There's a delay, just the trainer needing to fix something for one of the forwards before he gets into that scrum. It's a beautiful day here in Miramar, Vizcaya Park. If you're in the neighborhood, come down, say hi. Another game after this one.
Something I've just realized and I wanted to mention, we've got the Small brothers on the Trinidad back line. That's Isaiah and Isaac Small playing outside center and wing, and they've been dangerous in this attack so far, moving the ball around. I think we're going to see a lot out of them this tournament, and they can hold on to the ball a little bit better, we're going to see some tries from those two guys.
Yeah, there's 15 minutes left to play. Turks and Caicos are tired. They've been beat up. They're 34 points down. They had plenty of fight in them. It's gone a little quiet. It's gone a little bit flat the last few minutes just because we've been resetting a few scrums. But if we can get away from this next scrum and liven up again, it's been played at a frantic pace the whole game.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all that the game slowed down quite a bit just because they had about 20 minutes there that was just non-stop action. So not surprised at all that there are going to be a few injuries.
Try time. Oh, he dropped the ball.
There we go. That's a knock on.
That's literally
the 2-yard line.
Yeah, a yard away, and they dropped the ball again. And they still had space on the outside too. They had plenty of space. They had two-man overlap. Panther saw glory and unfortunately dropped the ball. Thank you. Getting a delivery of ice back here.
Wait till you get the bill.
Thanks very much, Dick.
Not for the ice, for the delivery.
So another reset scrum here. Cisco, the referee, working on the guys, making sure that they're nice and safe in those scrums. So obviously very important. I think Trinidad are trying to set themselves up to get some substitutes in the next minute or two. Penalty to Turks and Caicos.
Expect Andy Forbes here, their captain. He's been playing his rugby in Canada. I expect him to kick this one and get it out of bounds. But he's kind of been struggling with his kicking game today, as he is an 8-man. You know, he's a forward, so you don't really expect him to be able to kick that well, especially when they shuffle the lineup around like that. And there it is, and it sneaks out of bounds. So that was a good pressure relief here, and he'll get the ball back with the lineup to Turks and Caicos.
He has an interesting kicking style. He has no pullback. He has no pullback. He just only has, when he swings through,
bang off the foot.
Yeah, he follows through, but has no pullback. It's interesting. He has no trigger, which does signify that maybe he's a forward in disguise.
Exactly. And that all started, that lineup shuffle started when Sherman Taylor Caro Outen was not able to play this tournament, or today. He was sick with an illness. We heard it was strep throat or mono, and they had to shuffle the lineup around, moving their captain to 10, and he played 9 for a little bit of this game. And there you go. You see kind of a lopsided victory thus far for Trinidad, barring the greatest comeback in sports history.
Right, exactly. That would be one hell of a show for the next 12 minutes if we end up with the Turks and Caicos win. This game was frantic for up until about 4 or 5 minutes ago, where we just had scrum after scrum after scrum. Trinidad boys try to put some energy back into it.
So you're seeing these guys kind of come down with cramps. The trainers have been on the field for a lot of this game just because of the pace they've played at. See guys falling around. And this is going to be one of those water breaks that they have out here in Miami in the heat. Every 15 minutes or so, they've had to stop the game and do some water breaks, which is understandable. It's freaking hot, man.
It is. That breeze is absolutely welcome, though. It just kicked in. We had a similar breeze yesterday, going from right to left, so it's to Trinidad's advantage. It's at their back. So I'd been speaking with Trinidad coach Jerome Jerome Poon tip earlier in the week, actually, while he was still over there, and just got him on a Facebook Live, quick interview, and asking him about what's going on over there. And I mean, other than the funding side of things, it sounds like they've got a great setup in Trinidad now. There's many teams and clubs that are playing at a higher level. The one thing that he said maybe is missing is from the RAN competition year to year, they don't do anything internationally. They just play against, obviously, those clubs within the country. So unfortunately, they don't get to play abroad, other than this is their once a year kind of big thing. So again, it all boils down to funding. So if you guys are out there and you're a fan of rugby in some of these Turks and Caicos, Trinidad, Jamaica, find ways to fundraise. Speak to your local large businesses. I know a lot of these. There's a lot of banking industry, for example, and put your name on a shirt and sponsor these guys. I'd love to be able to see more teams coming over and not have these kids not struggling to pay to get to represent their own country. They're obviously very proud, and they do whatever they can to make it happen. But it'd be great to see that happening with the assistance of the adults and the movers and shakers within those countries. That's what I'm trying to do here in the USA with a couple of colleagues, and I know with the Rugby Business Executive Association that met for the first time in San Diego a couple of weeks ago, along with the rugby CEO of USA, Dan Payne, and many other important rugby folk from around the country. And that's the objective here. So I'd love to be able to see if we could even assist the Caribbean teams and Central American teams to do that too. That would be great to do.
The segue from there, if you're listening from the United States, we want to be seeing these teams play us. You want to see teams like Trinidad play against the United States because they play in such a different style. It teaches you a different part of the game. So you see United States clubs playing a certain way with those athletic builds, those athletic bodies, playing kind of one generic style of rugby. But then you play a team like Trinidad who can run and kick it over your head and chase it down and offload and not talk at all the entire time they're doing it. It teaches you a different type of rugby. So we want to be playing teams like this, and so we need to, we want to do the best we can to get our teams ready to go and get this RAN tournament, streamed and funded, and so we can see teams like this.
Yeah, I mean, this is international rugby, but you've got to keep in mind it's Tier 3 international rugby. So, the level of rugby maybe a little bit lower, but it's teams that are, maybe from not such good neighborhoods, or they don't have the funding. Rugby's not the main sport there, but the objective, if you're in the rugby community, I think your objective or your obligation as a rugby fan is to promote the game and make sure that everybody knows about it. And I stand here beating the drum constantly within the USA, and this gives us an opportunity as well to speak to the folks in the neighboring countries, and we want to see you guys do well also. So it gives us good competition. I'm in Florida. There's a lot of guys from Georgia and Tennessee and the Carolinas involved in this particular competition, and we all want to be able to play as much rugby as possible and grow the game from this side of the world. Obviously, the Europeans and in the Southern Hemisphere, they've got it nailed down, but we want to also make this region a good. And then we got a quick breakaway here. I thought they were going to go. Cisco's pulled them back. All of a sudden, there's a bunch of energy in this game. All came back really quickly.
That's what a free kick from the scrum will do for you. Kind of gets you all excited, and we'll see if Trinidad's able to punch it in here.
There's plenty of space on that top side.
Got some numbers on the right side, like you said. Let's see if they can move it. And Turks and Caicos is able to play some good defense, and there you go, another sloppy ball.
Offside.
Nice sidestep and a try. That is the wing, Corey Edwards, I think is his name. And he sidestepped and got in the end zone off that quick tap. He was somebody Coach Jerome told us to look out for this game.
Yeah, they were insistent on getting under the sticks for that one. They had lots of space out wide. They weren't communicating very well. It's the first time I've seen Trinidad not communicate the wide ball, because everyone had been, the Turks and Caicos guys had been sucked in under the sticks there, and kind of focused in on the pick and go and trying to stop that. Plenty of space out there, but hey, you know what? I'm sure Trinidad and Tobago have no problem with taking the points.
So we saw the number 10, Jaron Panter, subbed out for the backup fly half, Michael Gonzalez. I'm surprised to see Malik Frazier still in the game, the captain. He's been the workhorse so far in this game, but he seems to keep battling on through this game. I'm wondering if maybe they're going to sub him out, maybe save his legs soon. There's about 7 minutes left in this game. And again, we want to give a shout out to number 16 for Trinidad, David Harvey. He's the fellow that listened to our stream live last year and said, hey, I want to play rugby for this team. Came to all the tryouts and made the squad, and now he's here debuting in Miramar, Florida at the hashtag Rand Super Week.
Forbes for the kickoff. Trying to go short, and that's good. And they've got the ball back. Nice work, Turks. And it's gone backwards. Now let's see if they can grind their way up the field here and give them something to cheer about.
There's the scrum half, Sherman Taylor. They've got Turks and Caicos' numbers on the right side. I don't know if they're going to be able to pass it out, and there you go, loose ball.
He's very lively when he's on the ball, the little guy, little scrum half.
Sherman Taylor takes on a big hit from Trinidad. This might be a poach. They're able to retain possession. This is going to be Taylor. This is number 16 for Turks and Caicos, Sergei Pierre. Got numbers if they go right. Move that. There we go. Sherman Taylor sets up his outside center. He's got a breakaway. He's
Great work.
Take it down the near sideline. He's about 20 yards out from the try line. They've got numbers wide. If they can just move it.
Ow. What a shame.
That's a penalty at offside, so they're going to have an opportunity. I might see a card here. That was a big hit on an offsides position, so that might be sinful play.
Unfortunately, that slowed down their momentum. They were really going at it that last minute or two. Shame that now they've got to slow it down again. Trinidad obviously refocused. They're sitting on their line. They're lining themselves up to make sure that nobody can just crash the ball.
Andy Forbes takes the quick tap, sets up 16 again. That's Sergei Pierre.
And Trinidad stole that ball. The ruck, the supporting defenders, the supporting attacking ruckers didn't get there in time, and the Trinidad guys got their hands on the bar by the looks of it.
So we're might see a kick for touch by backup fly half Michael Gonzalez. He's going to try to kick this one to touch, see if he can get it out here. And it stays in, but Isaiah Small might be able to gather this one. We might have a breakaway, ladies and gents, but he's able to gather that ball. Isaiah
And
Small.
we're away again. Another good counter ruck.
Sorry, that's Isaac Small, Isaiah's brother.
And all of a sudden, Turks and Caicos are on the back foot. Penalty.
There's another knock on.
Is that right?
Opportunity squandered.
Unfortunately, he was on the wrong side of that ruck and just kind of got himself in the way.
Trainer's been busy today.
Yeah, he's done some miles, that guy. And this is just day 2 of Rugby Americas North in the city of Miramar. We're in Vizcaya Park. The weather is great. It's actually, a breeze has picked up, so it's no longer 1,000 degrees. It's only 999 degrees, which makes me very happy. Get yourself down. There's another game coming up. If you're in this local neighborhood, come and see us. We've got another game coming up straight after this one. USA South second team playing against Mexico. Been a very entertaining game.
Maybe after this game, Trinidad can celebrate their victory with some Church's chicken.
Church's chicken. I think there is a Church's Chicken not too far from here. That's the first time we've seen Turks and Caicos really let it go wide and get some legs to it.
A line break by number 7, Myron Perrier. There's a 50-yard run and leads to
And that's the game, I believe.
Leads to an offload, and that's going to be the final score, 41-0 Trinidad. I really think this game could have been a lot worse if Trinidad could have held on to the ball.
Yeah, I mean, the first maybe 20 minutes or so, I think Trinidad could have put 30 points into it. Turks and Caicos, to their credit, didn't give up. I'm very pleased that their attitude towards the game and their fight continues throughout the whole game. They did lose discipline once at the most, actually. I don't recall it happening a second time. So very proud of those young men that obviously very frustrated, but managed to hold it all together and give a good game. Thoroughly enjoyed commentating on that. And we will see where Trinidad go this year. They're a good squad. They haven't they haven't gotten worse since last time I saw them. They've definitely gotten better. So I'm looking forward to seeing them through the rest of the week. Score was 41-0 to Trinidad and Tobago. And you can watch this all again because it's going to be up on YouTube. Feel free to watch the game again if you've got family and friends that were playing in the game back there in Turks and Caicos and Trinidad and Tobago. Thanks very much for joining us.
Yeah.
You want to grab one?
Here, take your mic off, run over and get somebody else.
Wait,
All right.
Austin.
Kai,
Yeah.
where you at?
Right here, got you.
Grab the mic. Grab the mic. Put the ball down. Take it out to Austin. Take it out as far as you can go with the cord.
But I took it out, so
I'll tell you when. Okay. Keep going.
Hey, you got 2 minutes.
Right there. And he'll come and get it. Good job.
Put it down? No, you don't.
No. He'll come and get it. Just hold it for me. No, right there. Don't go any farther. Keep talking.
Okay, so it looks like Austin's managed to grab one of the Trinidad and Tobago players. I believe it's the captain that he's bringing over. Yeah, it's the captain, Malik Frazier. He played number 4. We'll get a few questions from him.
So we're here with Malik Frazier. He's the lock out of Trinidad and Tobago. We noticed you were making your impact shown in the lineouts and in the scrums, and you had a try there. How was that game for you? How'd y'all feel?
Well, this is the first time we are playing Turks and Caicos, so we didn't know what we was up against. But we played what our coaches trained us to do, and we threw in our little flair as well. So everyone gelled very well, and we came out to the victory. And I want to say thanks to the boys for working hard. This means a lot to everyone on the team, even the coaches, even the managers, even our family and friends back home. So we just want to continue going step by step. Our next pedestal, I don't know as yet.
So y'all gonna play the winners of Mexico and USA South B in the next game.
Yeah,
Are you guys gonna stay around and watch the game, or what's y'all's plan for this? Are you gonna scout them out, or what you gonna do?
I'm not sure. Most likely that would be the plan, but I'm not sure what the coaches have planned for us.
Okay. And last year, I know you all lost against USA South in a comeback. What are y'all gonna do to make sure that doesn't happen again?
Well, last year we was leading and USA South come back very strong in the second half. And as they're coming back and the score keep growing, and it was even. The score was even, and we just dropped our head immediately, and that took a big toll on the whole team. and unfortunately we lost by 1 point. So that hit the whole team. Knowing I was leading, and then the team come back and they lost by 1 point. So we're trying to fix that. We're trying to fix the amount of yellow cards also we got last year. So I know I thought a little discipline. Well, you know, so it wasn't anything big. I was just trying to get in the opposition's brain to kind of stray them, because I don't know they was frustrated from the score and how the heat is also. We was too, but we just continue to keep our brain in the game, and we came on successful, so I'm happy.
Alrighty, thank you.
Thank you very much.
You have a good tournament.
Day 2 of the 2017 RAN Under-19 Championships. Coming up now, match number 2, Mexico against USA South Panthers B. We have both teams lined up on the far touchline, please, ready to walk across with the officials.
Hola, el equipo mexicano, por favor, si puede poner en una línea para hacer la National Anthem, himno nacional, por los dos equipos, el equipo México, gracias.
Dad.
They're just taking the mats, and then they're gonna.
Chris, after you're turning us on.
If the teams and the referees could walk across, please.
National anthems. Get ready to go.
It's okay, they'll go.
Hey, tell me when the national anthem's about to start. Yeah.
I downloaded it on my phone this morning.
Keaton?
Yeah, y'all don't talk. Just do the national anthem.
Can't.
Yeah, you can't speak.
He said we don't speak, just put the national anthem.
I'll just introduce it first.
Do it now.
Are you ready? No, it's I've done it. I'll do it. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please be upstanding for the national anthem of Mexico? Please remain standing for the national anthem of the USA. The referee for today's game is Kat Rocha from the USA, assisted by Fernando Garcia from Mexico and Kevin Morrell from Barbados.
I'm on, Chris. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gavin McLeavy for game 2 of day 2. This is Mexico. A very upbeat USA South. And the Rugby Americas North at Vizcaya Park in Miramar. Game 2 of the day. And we're at the second day of this competition. Weather's great. There's a bit of cloud cover every so often, which I'm sure the boys would appreciate. I got with me the young Austin, coming down from Georgia to help us out with commentating this weekend. I appreciate you being here, Austin.
Absolutely. I'm excited to watch this game. This is my most anticipated game of the first round of action, and it's the last first round game. We're going to see a defending finalist, Mexico, who won in 2015 and lost to USA South's A side in 2016. And this is a USA South second side that is not to be joked around with. They're strong. I've watched them a little bit in warm-up, and I've seen a little bit of them. There are a lot of new faces, no returning players from this team as they're brand new, and so we're going to see off this kickoff what they can do. Their captain today is Tom Stockton. He plays his rugby at Raleigh, and he's going to be at University of North Carolina, Charlotte next year, and he's a USA under-20s player. He knows how to manage this game, so I'm excited to see him take his first game action. And there he goes. He's going to have his first kick for touch. He has a good boot on him, so we're going to see if he can get this to touch here.
Solid. Nice, great kick. He was right in the middle there, so it's a fair distance that he's gone. He got a little bit of wind behind him, just like yesterday. The wind's going right to left on your screen. So USA have a little bit of wind advantage.
I had the opportunity to play in this tournament last year and see this Mexican team in the final. They're a strong side, and they're pretty silent almost. You know, their communication is almost instinctual. They can just move the ball, and they know exactly where it's going just by game planning. I think we should look out for number 13. His name is Franco Andres Guerrero. He's a captain, and he's played 13 the last 3 years here for the RAN tournament. He's a strong runner, and he's a leader for this team, and I'm expecting to see big things out of him today.
Yeah, I'm very lucky to be working with Austin, because obviously he played in the USA South team last year, so he's got first-hand knowledge of all these individual players. Both obviously the players that are in the teams, and then the USA team, and then obviously the guys that he's played against. So he knows who the danger men are, so he can keep us informed. También puede hacerlo en español por los mexicanos que está escuchando. Gracias, bienvenido. Estamos en Miramar, Florida. But I won't speak too much Spanish because Austin won't know what I'm saying.
I'm in Spanish 210, as a matter of fact.
Oh, really?
Nah, I have no idea what you're saying. This is Freddie Purdy, the fly half. He's from Lassiter, Georgia. He's playing his rugby at Davenport as a freshman. They spot their gaps. This is prop number 3, Matthew Morin, for the carry.
Yeah, Matt Morin was with the Florida State champion, St. Thomas Aquinas, this last season. I coached him many years ago, and he's developed well. He's a big boy, pretty direct in his run, and a good round-all kid.
I was told to watch out for number 8, Noah Meneses. He's a big boy. He's number 8. He's got long brown hair. They told me to watch. A couple of USAA players told us to watch out for him. He's been one of the guys that's been hard to tackle in the practices and the scrimmages leading up to this tournament. So the A guys said, watch out for number 8. He's a big, hard runner, and we're excited to see him play. There's Guerrero with a put-away ball to the wing. He's stuck by number 13 for USA South, Thomas Montgomery Jr.
So we've got USA South on your right-hand side of the screen in red, Mexico in white on your left of the screen.
Pretty intense start. USA have won that one. Nice and solid.
So we'll see what kind of offensive attack USA South has. Freddie Purdy with a kick over the top. Might put just enough pressure on USA South, or on Mexico. Mexico's going to have to recycle this ball and a breakaway run. He's going to go almost all the way. They got wing play on the outside. He's gone. That's a try from Franco Andres Guerrero, their captain. It looks like on the outside with the try. So USA South tries to chip kick over the top, and they had a return from their fullback Rodrigo Alberto Gonzalez. He's able to cut through that South counter and set up Guerrero for the try.
Unfortunate, I think the USA South guys, they saw that space in behind the winger and just a couple of lucky bounces. He gets in the right hand, but great work from, I believe, is that the winger that covered across to catch that ball? He did really well to worm his way through the USA South defense there and really broke open. Great speed out wide too. So Mexico 7-0 up very early. Still 29 minutes left in this half. We're only 6 minutes into the game.
I definitely see a lot of familiar faces on that Mexico side. Recognize a couple props and a couple backs here from Mexico. They definitely got a older squad, and they always come back strong. They're a strong side, and they've won a few championships in the past few years, so they're going to come back for their revenge from last year's loss to USA South A.
And again, he's managed to find that back corner.
Try. That's going to be a try. He kicked it off, chased it down, and he just touched it down. That's going to be a try for USA South. The USA South bench is shouting that's a try, because I think when they have the assistant ref take a look at it, that's going to be a try for USA South.
I don't imagine it would be anything else. I didn't see the ball touch anybody. It didn't go out, right?
That ball went off the kickoff. Mexico tried to stop it. And they're going to call a scrum back to the 50? I'm not sure. That was almost a certain try in my mind. So we're going to see what she calls here.
Interesting to see a replay from the kickoff, see what happens.
So we aren't in tune with what the conversation between the assistant ref and the referee.
They saw something we didn't.
Yeah,
I
they
guess.
must have seen something we didn't, but to me that was a certain try.
Well, we shouldn't question the referee.
Right, exactly.
That's the rules. Okay, so we've got scrum on the 50. Let's see if we can...
So far on USA South's defense, I've seen Isaiah Polkey flying around. He's playing flanker. He's a little smaller in stature than most flankers for USA South, but he makes up for it with speed and his coverage ability. And he's got a few tackles so far, and he's always the first one out of the line. So I'm liking what I've seen in terms of hustle. We're going to see if he can maintain that throughout the game.
Yeah, he's new for USA South, but I've known him several years. I know his father. The kid's very athletic, former football player. Well, I think he still plays football. He's going into college pretty soon. But yeah, really active kid, very dedicated athlete.
So they're going to get USA South's going to get called for that high tackle on the Mexico breakaway. So it's going to be a penalty to Mexico, and I imagine they're going to kick for touch, and they will.
Nice little crowd here at Vizcaya Park in Miramar. We've got a bit of the locals have turned up to watch some games. There's obviously a few local kids in the USA South team from Okapi Wanderers. I see the Jamaica team have come to check out what's going on. Maybe they plan on taking some notes and seeing what's going on with these teams, and maybe they'll bump into them in the next few days in the competition.
Yeah, Jamaica will play the loser of this game on some point
Tuesday
next
or
week.
Wednesday.
Tuesday, yeah, Wednesday maybe. I'm not sure.
There's no games Monday, but we will be back Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday next week, giving us a day off on Monday, which is very nice of them.
Yeah, we're going to get a day off, but the players will have their anti-doping seminars. They spend a few hours talking about not using drugs, not using steroids, banned substances, and such like that. So they'll be spending a few hours talking to officials from USADA, the Olympic drug testing agency, and these players are under drug tests. Some players are randomly selected to take drug tests for these tournaments, and they have to go to these seminars. So while we get the day off as commentators, these players are practicing and going to these seminars.
Yeah, it's a very professional setup. The guys, you know, there's people flying in from obviously other countries to play here. They're all in hotels as a team. They're all in team meetings daily. They train. They obviously get out here to the fields a couple of hours before their game and warm up. Each team's got their coaches, their assistant coaches, backs and forwards coaches, trainers. Obviously, we have a medical staff on hand at the fields for emergencies, and then obviously for taping up injuries from previous games, etc. So really nice professional setup here at Rugby Americas North in Miramar, and we're delighted to be hosting it.
So we can see the USA South A side in the stands on the far side, and they're cheering on their comrades. You know, some of them are holding ice packs and dings from the day before, but they're out here cheering on their teammates as they take on Mexico. That was a good series of plays where Mexico had the ball to go in and maybe score a try, and they get stuck on the goal line and turn over the ball. So, you know, you're hearing your USA South Panthers A side cheering on their comrades.
All right, let's see what we can do with this line out. USA South, and they've got the line out about on the 40.
Great line out. There's a whistle. That's going to be a high tackle against Mexico late. So the USA South, off a good line out, is going to get a penalty and get to move this ball by the foot of Tom Stockton out of Raleigh Rattlesnakes. And he gets a booming kick. That's going to give them another 20 yards. Or meters, as you would say, Gavin.
Meters. I might say feet sometimes too. Depends. Depends if I'm up for doing the math. What's the difference between a meter and a yard? A couple of inches?
We have our follically challenged comrade coaching for USA, Mark Patterson. He'll be here tomorrow, next game day as another commentator.
Follically challenged. That's
He's
for
bald.
Sure. He's bald as all hell.
Hands in. Oh, they got the poach penalty. Mexico did. That's a not releasing by lock number 4.
Little harsh, that. Kind of stuck under his leg more than anything else. He wasn't really holding on, but it is what it is.
A nice kick from their number 10, Frederick Purdy. That's their Santiago Maya.
Line out Mexico. Again, just the opposite side of the field, but we're looking around about the 40 meter mark.
I say both names.
Choose the. Oh, nice. Thank you.
So a not straight line out by Mexico, so it's going to be a decision to USA South, and USA South's going to choose their scrum as they feel they have a size advantage in the pack.
Better do both. Okay.
A very low scrum from Mexico to start. It comes a little up once the bind is met.
Good hook from USA South.
A block, charge down kick by Mexico.
Mexico got the ball and got a little bit of space out wide. A nice offload also. They managed to slow that ruck down a little.
They've got numbers on this far side. If they can move it, they're going to go pick and go here. It was good footwork from their forwards, and then they moved the ball out. Oh, truck stick there.
Solid body position at the contact. That's what's important.
And the flanker, number 7 for Mexico, Jean-Paul Christian Zisa, is ailing. He's down. He's going to try to hop around and make a play. He's down. He's hurt.
Can't even walk.
He can't really run here. He got up. He was laying down on the ground. He got up, tried to make a play, and he immediately went back down. So we might be seeing a substitution here. He's either knee
Zisa.
or leg injury. Yeah, that's Zisa, number 7.
El número 7, Zisa de México, parece como está herido. Por los mexicanos escuchando. Muy valiente el chico. Él quiere seguir jugando, pero la pierna no funciona, sencillamente. Disculpa mi español.
So they are going to take Zisa off the field and replace him with a substitution.
He is not too interested in coming off, but I don't think he's got any choice at this point.
He's one of the returning players from Mexico. They're returning a decent amount of players, but I definitely recognize that face from the final last year.
You didn't.
A couple of injuries, a couple of strewn bodies already. I'll tell you something, this weekend there's been a hell a lot of injuries. These kids are just so keen to play.
They're flying around the field.
They really are. They throw their bodies on the line. They have no problems. They're very brave young men, and obviously very proud to play for their countries, and they'll put it on the line if they have to. Unfortunately, the medical staff have been busy. Just holding on for a moment or two while we get some medical attention. I think the referee is asking them, okay, let's take him off if we need to take him off, if he's mobile.
So we got another injury for Mexico over there, but I think he's going to walk this one off and stay on. Stockton's able to get this ball out of bounds as the ball whizzes right by our cameraman Chris up there, the production crew, as he stands on top of his van to film these games.
So USA South line out. Let's see how they line up.
This is a new number 9 for Mexico, Guillermo Villalpando. Sorry if I'm butchering these names.
You're butchering names.
What
Nice.
speed from number 11, Evan Thomas, as they're streaking down the sideline. He puts a beautiful kick under. Fullback Juan Perrin chases it down and it rolls out of the back of the end zone. But that was a fast winger, number 11, Evan Thomas.
Yeah, give it to Felipe Giordanino, young lad that plays on my Okapi Wanderers team. He actually plays fly half for me, or he played fly half all this last season, but USA South have elected to put him on the wing, and he is quite comfortable kicking the ball around, throwing the ball around. He's a very talented kid, and puts a nice, overcooked that one a little bit, so I'm expecting a little bit more from him. But will work very well with Juan Porrain, the fullback from USA South. They've partnered together, fly half and fullback, a lot over this last season. So their communication is good. Both from Argentina, born and raised.
So a penalty on the scrum for Mexico. Goes to a quick tap, setting up the fly half on a crash ball to number 12, Falcone. It's going to be a knock-on scrum to USA South. That was good hustle from Isaiah Polke. Again, he's been flying around.
No, it's misspelled. It's actually Poku.
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah. No,
We've
it's
got
just
a misspelled name on the roster, so some of these names might be butchered by me, some of these names might be butchered by the coaches.
Isaiah Poku, yeah, P-O-K-U. Yeah, really talented athlete, very dedicated to his fitness. Always in the gym, always doing his work. Lives up in Daytona, Florida.
Strong scrum by USA South. And Purdy will flip the field to number 15, Juan Perrine. He's got a cutout pass to 11, Evan Thomas, and they're going to call that forward.
Forward. Yeah, okay, maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I don't like to go against the referee's decision.
I do.
I got to behave. The linesman is very close and can hear me.
He's a lot bigger than us.
And he's very big, yes. He's a big dude. All right, looks like we're going to go in for a quick water break. As mentioned, every 15 minutes within these, well, actually, it's in the middle of each half, we will take a water break. It is very hot. I don't know the temperature off the top of my head, but I would take a good guess at around about 92, 93 degrees. So it's hot. There is a nice little breeze that's saving our life right now. Unfortunately, the guys are out there under the sun. I'm under a little tent, which I appreciate greatly. Referees obviously getting their water in as well, because these guys are doing just as many miles as the players. So they're going to get themselves hydrated. Cramping does occur. I saw yesterday, towards the end of one of the games, there was a fair amount of cramping within a couple of players.
Although those games were later, it seemed like it was hotter yesterday.
Yeah, you might be right there, actually. This, obviously, today we had a game at 1 o'clock and at 3 o'clock, but yeah, you might be right. Actually, yesterday, games were at 4 and 6, and I actually think it was hotter yesterday.
So through the first 15 minutes, it's been a close game. Mexico has been able to strike a few more times deep into USA South territory, but only 7-0, so do not count this USA Team 2 out.
Another injury we're waiting for. This water break's pretty much wrapping up at this point, but we have another Mexican injury. Absolutely.
Right there. Get back. There you go.
So Mexico scrum, and a good drive by USA South, and it'll be a knock-on. So good pressure from USA South causes a fumble ball and a scrum to USA.
There's 2 slices left. Give one to...
So we'll see what Captain Tom Stockton has here. He's going to move the ball out to Frederick Purdy. With a fullback crashing in, that's Juan Parain. Oh, a nice sidestep from number 14, Felipe Giordano. Giordano? How do you got it?
Giordano, yeah.
Nice series of plays here, and that's Isaiah Polku crashing up. Now number 8, the big runner, Meneses, as he bolts through. Here's Purdy with a skip to Isaiah. Thomas Montgomery Jr. He blows through. There's a nice string of plays again.
Looking for the pick and go to get across that line.
They're going to set up number 8 for this ruck ball here. A pick and go from Sebastian
Solid
Hodge.
defense. Solid defense
Yeah,
from
this is
Mexico.
great defense. Here's Noah Meneses, and he knocks it on. A good defensive series, but they kind of chip it over. Juan Parain has it recovered on the backside. A nice sidestep until he's tripped up. So good defensive stand there by Mexico.
Yeah, solid.
Taking on a series of big boy pounding ground.
Yeah, but they know how to handle it. They just chop it down, you know. Chop them down low.
And now they're going to call it back for a knock-on against Mexico, scrum to USA South. So USA South is knocking at the door, but a strong defensive stance by Mexico keeps them out.
Solid work by both teams. I'm impressed with Mexico's resistance there. The 3 or 4 phases of pick and go right on the line, and they managed to chop them down every time. It's nice to see it. Another injury. Is that a?
That's a USA South player now. That's going to be their 13, Thomas Montgomery Jr. It looks like he's getting up.
He's up.
They're going to check him. They're going to do their little protocol here, doing little squats. He's good to go. He's laboring, but he's good to go, it seems. We noticed that in the first game of USA South. They took some dings in the centers as well. They had Andrew Rapay with a broken collarbone, and Calvin Gentry, their workhorse, go down with an injury as well. Crash ball from number 12, Doug Vaughter. And he goes down. They're going to have a crash ball from the forwards here to the hooker, Isaac Bales. And he stumbles and rumbles through for another 10-yard gain. Here comes USA South with the attack.
From Pedro Fernandez, second row forward.
And there's Isaiah Polku. There's Bales again. He's been rumbling through this Mexico defense, but they're able to make these solo tackles. This is a strong contest right now. A nice sidestep, and he's through.
This is a try,
That's
surely.
a try under the post for number 12, Doug Vaughter. This game might be tied.
Nearly knocked the post down as he went over the line. We might need to think about fixing that.
Yeah, he banged into that, and it's leaning.
I'm told by the engineering crew that we will be fixing the posts after today's game. Engineering department on site. Mr. Martin Gardner, guest appearance. The godfather of Florida rugby.
I've been very impressed with the second side in terms of stringing together phases, so that's a good try there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they went solid across the pit. They were just one. They were just one phase out. The halfbacks looked much more cohesive than the game earlier today, and keeping it nice and simple, dragging the Mexican defense across the field, and then finding that space right down the middle. They did have space out wide as well, but your boy there could see a space, and must have saw that space right next to the pad of the post.
So Mexico, we're going to see what Mexico has. They have to kick off to USA South. The defending finalists are under a little bit of pressure with a tie game, 7-7 after the Tom Stockton made conversion. Your try scorer is number 12, Doug Vaughter, with a sidestep and a couple of strong runs on that last drive. He puts a try in. So here's Isaiah Polku with a return. We're going to see a box kick, a nice high ball from Tom Stockton. He does have a boot under him. Ball's going to bounce and roll almost out of bounds, so almost beautiful kick. And there's the fullback again on with a nice return. He's streaking down the sideline. Chip and chase under. A perfect bounce, and he's leveled out of bounds by number 12, Doug Vaughter. He lays the wood on fullback Rodrigo Alberto Gonzalez on the sidelines. But a good play by Gonzalez for that streaking run.
Great sequence of play though, really end-to-end stuff. Great initial box kick from USA South, got good distance, over the back of the winger, managed to keep it in, and then they're attacking, and it's back right where they started.
Line out one by USA South.
Good
Another box
protection.
kick. A high ball over the winger head.
Oh,
nice
ugly.
bounce. Oh, a sidestep. So the action came to the near side here for a second. I'm very pleased with the contest right now. This has been the most exciting game thus far.
And Mexico are away. It looks like they may score. A great covering tackle. Great job. And they may have even knocked it on too.
So it's going to be a scrum down to USA South. Another try-saving tackle by Doug Vaughter. He's been a stud the last 5 minutes of this game.
Really impressive. Hey, for those folks that maybe are not watching the game for either side and you're just a neutral viewer, this is a spectacular game watching. If you've never watched rugby before, this is what it should be, and this is what it is today. I love it. Very dynamic, two very dynamic teams with lots of skills.
Seen a lot of stars making their presence known. Had Guerrero with the try in the first half, the captain, 3-year starter, and then we had a few plays from the fullback for Rodrigo Gonzalez from Mexico, and then you see Doug Vaughter with a try and 2 try-saving tackles. So we love to see this action.
The variety of skill that's available for us to see today between the solid passing, much stronger halfback combinations in this game than earlier, very few drop balls, lots of chip and chase, very solid box kicks. We've seen kicks for territory. And then obviously the individual skills of sidestepping and all of that. It's great to watch.
Freddie Purdy with a booming kick down the sideline, and it bounces and rolls out. A beautiful kick. USA South is B-side is not playing like a B-side right now. They've got the game tied, and they've got a relieving pressure, making try-saving tackles. I'm impressed.
They look confident.
Yeah, there's very little handling errors, and almost opposite the last game when we saw a ton of them. So maybe the field's dried up a little bit, but I think it's the sure passing from both sides.
Nice tackle, Poku.
And that's going to be a knock-on. Unfortunate bounce for Mexico. It's going to be a scrum to USA South. Isaiah Polku making his presence known, flying around making tackles some more. He's been an underrated player this game. So another tactical kick by Freddie Purdy.
Causing all kinds of problems in this far.
So it's going to be a high tackle penalty to USA South.
This is a good place for them to play. All the
Let's
forwards
see if they're
lining
gonna-
themselves up. He's going for sticks.
Yeah, they're going to go for post. Take a lead here. We have Tom Stockton, the captain. He's a scrum half from Raleigh, North Carolina. He's going to be playing his rugby at UNC Charlotte next year in the Southern Conference. I'll see him when I play against him when I'm at Furman a few times. They're our conference rival.
Por los familias de México que está viendo el partido, bienvenido. Estamos aquí en Vizcaya Park, Miramar, Florida. Gracias para vernos. Ahora mismo 7-7, México contra Estados Unidos, equipo 2. Y vamos a ver, USA tiene un penal para patear.
And he bangs it home. He's got it. 10-7 lead USA South. They're playing confident, Gavin.
They are. I'm surprised. I'll be honest. I wasn't. After seeing Mexico last year in the final, to now be playing against USA's, we can call it the second team. It's pretty much split even. The coaches like to tell us, but that's for another debate. But USA South are playing really well. This is USA South's second team against last year's runner-up Mexico, and a really interesting game. 10-7 USA South currently.
And there's a handling error for USA South, and Mexico get the ball inside USA territory.
Yeah, I don't think Fernandez was expecting that. Just popped up into his face.
A nice pass from the Mexican scrum half.
Yeah. Driving tackle from USA South. Good work driving the guys back, but it's opened up a little bit of space. Miscommunication, Mexico.
You don't want to give Mexico that front foot ball, moving at pace. They're a strong team. Offside penalty on Bales there, the hooker for USA South.
Just a little bit too keen. Wanted to go grab his man, but the referee had already warned him, and they're going to try and match it up.
Yeah, they're going to kick. I think you're going to see Guerrero take this kick here. Maybe tie this game 10-10.
Pedro Fernandez. Is he playing six today? I thought he was playing second row, but it looks like he's playing flank. Going to get a bit of attention. Maybe a broken finger of some form. Nice little crowd here today at Vizcaya Park, Miramar, Florida, for the Rugby Americas North Under-19 Championship. Mexico against USA South currently. Didn't quite make it, didn't get there. Driving run.
That's Noah Menendez.
He looks very comfortable carrying that ball, I tell you. Another
Box
kick.
kick. This is going to be a beauty. It's going to bounce. Oh, a nice catch from the winger for Mexico. And a sidestep freezes the USA South winger.
I think he just burnt the grass when he sidestepped then, I heard it. USA South boys need to keep their mouths closed. They're a little bit expressive when they have a decision go against them, and the referee's not going to stand for that if that becomes a repetitive thing.
So a nice box kick by Tom Stockton we've seen throughout the game, but it's been a matter of corralling the receiver on the kick. The USA South hasn't done that well.
I mean, yeah, he's doing well to get the ball in the right spot. Maybe 3 out of the 4 times it actually went over the winger's head. Great position, but the Mexican wings are handling it quite well, and the fullbacks are a threat. So my thought process would be to maybe change that tactic. Although the box kicks are obviously a strength of our scrum half, we might want to limit it if they've got an answer for it.
Here's the Mexico maul immediately brought down. That's a strong play by USA South forwards. They're counter-rucking hard at pick and go.
If nothing else, at least it gives them it gives their scrum half dirty ball. He can't get his hands in there when you've got the backside of a prop forward hitting you in the face.
He stood up. The hooker for Mexico just got stood up by Tom Stockton.
Ball's bouncing around in there.
And a knock on by USA South. It's going to be a scrum to Mexico on the 5.
Breathtaking stuff, mate. Very entertaining rugby. Can't keep my eyes off it. I'm sure you can't at home either. Tuning in.
I've noticed the USA South scrum half is trying to motivate his forwards to get in the right position, and it seems to be working so far on defense. Let's see if the Panthers can hold the Serpientes one more time.
They look poised on this right-hand side, the Mexican team, but they've gotten a good shove, USA South. They've wheeled it.
You can hear Coach Mark Patterson on that sideline. You can hear him from pretty much anywhere in the world if you listen close enough. He's a loud-mouth coach and a loud-mouth commentator.
Yep, doesn't shut up. Absolute pest. It's all love. It's all love. Mark Pukey Patterson. 8's picked and gone. Good shrug off.
Nice tackle by your boy Pedro Fernandez.
Not much space over here, but he's going to give it a bash anyway. This is very close to the line.
I like the line speed by USA South, but they don't have a man advantage. And it's going to be a try for Mexico in the corner. We're going to see 12-10 Mexico at the halftime whistle.
Mexico fired up.
They scored with about 0 seconds left in the half, says the clock. We'll see if the referee calls at halftime. I believe it is. So a nice phase of play by Mexico to take the lead at the end of the half.
Very good pressure, yeah. They went down this short side, and I was like, well, there's not much space there. That wouldn't be my first option, but it made sense because it actually must have stretched the USA South defense. It was just that one-man overlap. So very evenly matched teams playing today. I'm impressed by the viewing of the players, looking up, taking a look at what's opposite them, and making sure that they're being marked correctly. When you're seeing 3- and 4-man overlap, there's obviously major weaknesses in defence. That was short, didn't make that one. There's obviously major weaknesses in defence, but when you see it when it's only a one-man overlap, then you're beginning to get into guys that are taking their game a little bit more seriously, and they've got that heads up. They can take a look and see what's going on in front of them and adapt, communicate with their teammates and get it right. So it's nice to watch.
I think USA South's B side will come into this halftime very confident. They had the lead there for a little bit, and they're a strong side. I think they do have a shot at winning this game without a doubt. This has been easily the best game we've watched so far.
Yeah, real end-to-end stuff. I am genuinely worried about those posts over there. They may fall down.
Engineering are on it, we're just waiting for the equipment.
Engineering are on it, apparently. I don't have to worry.
Welcome back, guys. This is Gavin McLeavy. I'm with Austin. We're at Miramar, the city of Miramar, Vizcaya Park for the Rugby Americas North. This is the second half of USA South second 15 against Mexico. The score is currently 12-10. USA South are about to kick off, and it has been a phenomenal first half. I'm hoping the second is going to be equally entertaining because I am quite happy to be here watching it.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with the USA South second side as they've put themselves in a contention to win this game and move to the next round. They've got about 35 minutes of action left to move on, and they're down by 2 points, so we can see them come back. And but we also have seen a lot of good play from Mexico. They've had a good continuity and good ball management, so it's going to be a tightly contested 35 minutes. Both these teams have shown that they've wanted it, and pretty much whoever can outlast this heat and outlast the injuries seems to be the story of the weekend, can move on.
Yeah, who's in better shape at the end of the day?
Oh. Big hit on the line out. It's going to be a penalty against Mexico. So Captain Tom Stockton, the scrum half from Raleigh, is going to get the opportunity to put this to touch. And it gets out. A beautiful kick by Tom Stockton. USA South is going to have an opportunity to score here from the 5-meter line, maybe 7 meters out. And I expect a maul here. We're going to see what these teams can do in the maul. We haven't seen a lot of it recently, but last year was a big stifle of the team game.
Yep, USA South line out. They've got it pretty stacked.
We've got 2 subs for USA South. Benjamin Austin is in at fullback, and Alec Burcham is in at outside center. A not straight throw.
Not straight the line out. What a shame.
So it's going to be a decision for Mexico. They can scrum or line out, and they're going to choose scrum. So that's a costly line out mistake by USA South. We also have a substitute, number 19, in at flanker. That is Taylor Kreutz.
I think they've put Juan Porrain at fly half.
Yep, and they've moved fly half, Freddie Purdy out, and put Juan Porrain in fly half. So they're testing out a different lineup for this second half.
Great tackle, Isaiah Poku, chopping down the number 8.
A nice clearance kick, goes straight to touch.
Ah. If it's not the microphone, it's the car that's taking the beating with the ball.
Yep, back-to-back kicks have hit our production crew.
We need to start being a little nicer to the Mexican team, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Por los mexicanos mirando el partido aquí en Vizcaya Park Miramar, gracias para ver el partido. México ahora mismo 12 ganando contra USA South, que tiene 10 puntos.
A nice tip from
Pedro
Fernandez. A loop to Perrine and a high ball turns it over. Advantage Mexico. The wind's picking up here in Miramar at Vizcaya Park.
And we're losing all of our notes.
They've got the advantage on the outside. A huge hit is going to be a no-wrap penalty against Doug Vaughter.
Late, no wrap. He's lucky he's not seeing cards.
Yeah, that was a big hit.
He's on
They're
a
going to talk to
conversation.
the captain. Vaughter's been all over the field with 2 try-saving tackles and a try, but he's got penalized there on that late hit, no wrap. Patricio Falcone gets up. from that big hit. He's a tough player. Another good kick from Mexico's fly half, Santiago Maya.
You don't want to attempt it?
Not even going to try.
Guadarrama Maya.
Beautiful.
All right. You're welcome. Yeah, Austin's not too keen on pronouncing the surnames of the Mexican team. Just wanted to throw him under the bus there. Taking the easy way out.
Made A's in Spanish, but only on 210 right now. Another box kick by Tom Stockton. It's going to stay in. The dangerous fullback.
That's a knock on there.
They didn't catch the knock on. Oh, they're going to call a knock on with assistance from the assistant referee Fernando Garcia.
Good pressure from Felipe Giordanino. Made him think twice about catching that ball. That's all you need to do sometimes, just put a doubt in the player's head. Keep them thinking.
A nice drive by Mexico, but it's a steady scrum for the scrum half, Tom Stockton. Perrine is going to put a ball under. Here goes Doug Vaughter, stiff arm.
They've recovered the ball well. Now they're in some good territory.
He's been a dangerous runner this entire game. And a handling error. Isaiah Poku has been all over the field on defense, and he unfortunately fumbles that ball there. It's going to be a knock-on, scrum advantage, Mexico. I don't want to give one of those loud golazo calls.
I guess we could do that if he scores there.
Yeah.
Kick. Mexico got that ball, but it squirted out the back.
And that's
Isaiah picked
Poku
it.
making up for his last mistake with the ball recovery on the Mexican scrum. The USA South stands are calling for a knock-on, and they're not going to get it. With a big clear out and a beautiful kick to relieve pressure. Back is Evan Thomas. Moving it to the new fullback, Benjamin Austin, and a dicey kick.
From there, I would have advised him to go and attack, run it. If you're inside, just going it, creeping it there 50. Why not keep it in hand, see if we can go score tries.
Mexico's able to relieve a little pressure on the errant U.S. kick. USA South wins the line out. They've done very well in the lineouts this game. Bales is going to take this crash ball, and it's another bad pass.
And just a miscommunication of the guys in the pod.
And it's going to be a knock-on call against Mexico and a scrum to the United States.
I'd say Justin Franzis playing, should be playing second row. Yeah, he's number 5 today. Gets through a decent amount of work, and he's at every breakdown. He's jumping quite well in the line out. It's nice to see him doing well. He's grown in stature over the last couple of years as a rugby player locally.
Here goes Pedro. He's playing 8-man now. That's going to be a poach from Mexico. Yep. The poach is a very brave play in rugby. You make the tackle and you get over that ball, and you know some big old boy's coming in to hit you, and you take the hit and you get the penalty. So
yeah, you got to be pretty solid. You got to do a lot of work in the gym, get lots of rowing done, and that'll build up your
It also
your
takes
traps.
a surprising amount of flexibility too, because you're going to take the lower back hit, the hamstrings.
That went loose out the back.
Wow, a
Great.
sliding recovery by Juan Perrine. There's Doug Vaughter.
Took him a while to get hold of that ball. It was bouncing around in his ear for a while. Managed to pull it in right before contact. Now their pods are a bit more
And
organized.
USA South is going to get the offsides call as the USA stands are begging for it.
That's a big kick.
Another solid kick from Tom Stockton. As the time ticks away, it's still 12-10. Mexico has the lead, but this game is nowhere near done. I feel like there's a lot left on this field, a lot of energy. Contest is nowhere near over.
Couldn't keep him up in the air for long enough, unfortunately.
Turnover ball goes to Mexico. They're going to spin it wide.
Nice
Oh,
little
what an offload from the fullback for Mexico. Rodrigo Alberto Gonzalez. Another knock-on from Mexico, and it's going to go scrum again. So we've seen 5 to 10 scrums in the last few minutes. It's going to be whoever can hold on to the ball late in this game. Definitely the change in this half has been the line speed. They're coming up, making tackles on both sides and forcing these errors. So with a big switch in the line speed and maybe a little tired legs, the contact's coming a lot earlier in the possession. Scrum half Tom Stockton's talking to his 8-man. Expect an 8-man pick from Pedro Fernandez right here.
He's got a nice little inside step too. He'll come to the outside and step back inside just to.
So that's your prediction, huh?
That's
what's
it.
about to happen.
That's about what.
Step on this wing.
If he can pick it up out the back of there.
If we can get past that flanker, he's gone. And here it comes. Pick to the left side.
He's actually gone and passed it.
Chip,
Nice
block, Guerrero, open field. Offsides again on Mexico.
Little bit of indiscipline creeping in Mexico team.
There's Perrine with a line break.
He likes coming from deep and coming straight flat on a short ball. He enjoys it.
Stockton really has been the game manager thus far in this game. There's Isaac Bales barreling through. And he keeps going.
Great yards.
Another big run on the outside. Kind of hard to see from where we are seated. But this has been a big hitting game the last few minutes.
Ferocious tackle from Mexico on the line. Couldn't catch the number of guys that it was that rushed out and just drove them back.
Guerrero's running down the field to gather his cleat as he lost it for the last few minutes. He's still been making tackles. The shoeless captain for Mexico.
He ran so fast his boots fell off.
He was an excellent player last year in the final against me and my USA South team. Scored a try that ended up being called back on a heinous red card against Mexico. The USA South fans are beckoning their team on from the sidelines as they are in a striking distance with 20 minutes to go, only down by 2.
If you notice here, Felipe's crept up on this right side, so keep an eye out for a cross kick. I wouldn't. Another one down injured from that scrum.
Tristan Franzese looks like he's gone down. Maybe a bit of cramp.
So this is going to be 21 minutes of hotly contested rugby.
And
they're going to get a break here for a second, take a little bit of water. Or it's going to be owned.
USA South have been camped down here for quite a while and just haven't managed to make any progress. This is going to be a really tight game. Hasn't got the same pace in the second half that it had in the first. But I have a sneaky feeling it's going to pick up again pretty soon.
Damn good boot by Mexico. Stays in bound. You have the speedy Evan Thomas on the wing, sidestepping, moving down the field. He's brought down, but they have numbers on the right side if they can just move it. That's Fernandez. What grade is Fernandez in, Gavin?
He's going into his senior year in high school next year, this season.
I want him on my college team. He's a sidestepping forward. We love to see those.
Yeah, he got scouted by the high school All-Americans up in RCT this couple of months ago. So that the All-American guys are going to invite him up over the winter for training with USA.
And right as we talk about him, he knocks it on.
We just cursed him, didn't we?
Yeah, we've been doing that this entire tournament.
Yep, nice kid, works hard, trains a lot on his own when he can't get to the team trainings.
You like to see those forwards that can catch the ball, make a couple steps, and then attack that weak shoulder instead of just running straight into contact. It makes all the difference. Getting that weak shoulder, popping an offload behind the defense, it's crucial to the game.
Yeah, he played his youth rugby with Miami Rugby Club when he was very young, and now he's playing up here at Okapi in Broward County near Fort Lauderdale. And making a bit of a name for himself.
And the chants come from the USA sidelines. That oh so famous USA.
It's very imaginative. There's no other words to it, unfortunately. In breaking news, Chase Shaw Haskin was over in Israel this week and representing the USA. He's a local guy from the southeast of USA. He's won the MVP for the USA Jewish team in the Maccabi game.
What a run by the fullback. He has been dangerous this entire game, and he's gonna take it all the way down to the USA South 5-yard line. So an incredible flip of the field as Mexico retains possession, and they've got numbers outside. There's going to be a certain try, and he drops the ball.
Shocking.
And he's still able to score. That's a try from Mexico in the corner.
A suspicion of a knock-on, but I guess the referee adjudged it to go backwards, so they should let play go on. Good try, Mexico. Definitely against the flow of play, but they're making it happen.
So an incredible run and chip and chase by Rodrigo Alberto Ripoll Gonzalez.
Good job. Good job. Impressive. Which one was it? Rodrigo? México marca un try. Ya tiene 17 puntos de 10 a México contra USA South, equipo 2. Rodrigo Alberto Ripoll González marca el try en la esquina. Ahora tiene un gran patar, el número 13, Franco Andrés Guerrero.
So that was a big kick there, as it could have put the game out of reach, but it's going to be 17-10. Mexico is up. So USA needs a converted try. They've got plenty of time here. They got 17 minutes, down by 7. They just need to take their time, march it down the field, and put it in the, what is it called? End goal, right? That's what Neil corrected me on. End goal.
End goal. Try line. Dead ball line. Any of the above.
I was saying end zone in our first game.
It was the excitement, mate. I understand. You got excited. It's okay.
We're not judging you. Okay, let's see if USA South can get back into this game. They've been camped down in the Mexican half for a fair amount of time, and then just against the run of play.
And so we got a substitute in right now. William Lynch is making his first appearance in the game. That's a penalty to Mexico, not releasing.
Another good kick. Managed to get it out this time.
USA is going to be, or sorry, Mexico is going to be attacking from about the 33-yard line. So a great line out by Mexico. They're going to retain possession.
Got a bit of width here. Crash ball. Oh, and he's broke the tackle.
What speed by the 8-man.
Wow. Great yards. Who's that boy? Esteban Santiago Viñas Caballero. Great work from the 8-man. And he knocked it on.
A long charging run, trucking through defenders, and he knocks it on at the end.
It's a good 35, 40-yard run. Buenísimo trabajo por el joven número 8 de México. Fantastic work. Put themselves in a good position, although it was a knock on, but at least the pressure is on USA South now. Got a couple of handy kickers in Juan Porrain and Felipe Giordanino.
As well as Tom Stockton.
Another kicker. Stacked up in the backs to be able to kick.
It's going to be a free kick. Porrain takes it blind. A nice sidestep. He's surrounded by Mexican defenders and he needs his support. Offload to Isaiah Poku, slipping tacklers. A nice turn of events for USA South.
Get on with it, boys. There's your chance.
Another sidestep by Pedro Fernandez. Your Florida boys are coming to work. Penalty to USA South, and they take it quick. That's Tom Stockton's going to take it up, and a kick over the top. That fullback's been dangerous, but it finds touch. What a kick. So it's going to be a USA or a Mexico line out.
But again, end-to-end stuff. We've just been camped on the USA South try line, and now we're up the other end again. And Mexico are now under pressure. Riveting game of rugby.
Within about 35 seconds, field was completely flipped. Scenarios completely swapped.
Crowd's vocal, boys and girls. You can probably hear them all the way over the side from the commentary box. Ball back in Mexican hands.
Expect a kick in a quick second. They're going to want to relieve pressure here. They've got the fullback, number 20, Benjamin Austin back, and Evan Thomas, who's been doing a good job with his speed, returning. It's going to be a penalty to Mexico. Consider pressure relieved. That's going to stay in. And just out.
Very frustrated with himself there. Unlucky. I see Luciano Malvicino came in. Not sure what position he's come in at. Usually plays flanker or prop with Okapi Wanderers, but he's got himself on the field. Another one of my lads.
So a booming kick relieves pressure for Mexico. Let's see what they can do with it. They're going to try to spread it wide here. Errant pass. Oh, a huge hit.
Dropped the ball in the process, unluckily.
Number 21 got put in the air, but he was able to strip the ball out and cause a knock-on. So, well, it looked bad. He gets his team the ball with 11 minutes to go, down by a try.
Job's done. Doesn't have to be pretty sometimes.
Pedro Fernandez has the gas. He might want to go blind here. Stockton, the scrum half, takes it himself. Pick and go from the prop, number 1, Douglas Price. Isaiah Poku does a good job in the ruck, and it's going to be diving over onto Mexico. Penalty to USA South. Stockton holds on to it, passes to Perrine. Perrine's got Vaughter, and he knocks it on. A knock on.
Unfortunate. Mexico's discipline's gone a bit wayward, giving away a lot of penalties, and the USA South Panther want to play at their speed and at their pace.
Yeah, the pace has been a little bit quick for USA South. They're going to want to slow it down when they get the ball in a penalty like that. They should take their time, kick it a touch, get the line out, get the ball in the maul, and get in the end zone. But unfortunately, Captain Tom Stockton does a quick tap and a knock on just to follow. Isaiah Poku pokes the ball, and he follows it up with a nice tackle, met by number 22, William Lynch. Expect the box kick. And a boot. It's high, up and under for Benjamin Austin, and it goes right over his head.
I think maybe the wind caught it, a little gust of wind caught it and put it back over his head. Oh, that wasn't
And it
fun.
goes out to touch at about the 22, so not the best kick. And the field is flipped once again, Gavin.
And no, it's amazing stuff. I just got the feeling that there was a bit of a breeze that picked up and caused a few problems for USA South. A little gust took it back over the fullback's head, and then when he tries to kick it, another gust stops his kick going forward. Unfortunate.
So the ball goes high because Sebastian Hodge retrieves it, and a boot by Tom Stockton's not going to get out, and it's going to the danger man, who knocks it on the winger, number 14, Porfirio Ezequiel Cocoloto Camara. Butchered that, but no one would get that right. So
a very, very brave, good attempt, Austin. Unfortunately, yeah. Entertaining, if nothing else. Good attempt.
4 names, each one more confusing than the last. We hear Isaiah Poku getting his team fired up from the flanker position. Early drive, free kick. Stockton was waiting for that. He knew it was coming. And the referee won't let him go quick there, but he waited to put that ball in because he knew it was going to be an early drive. Free kick and a quick tap.
There's a little bit of space out here.
There's Doug Vaughter, sidestep. There's Bertram. To Felipe. USA South isn't able to hold on to the ball. A knock-on turnover with 7 minutes remaining.
The referee just stopped the clock for a second or two while the 8-man ties his shoelaces undone.
Classic stalling play here. Quick breath. It's a tight game. If USA South could just hold on to the ball, slow the pace down, they might be able to drive this one in, but handling errors late in this game have stalled their attacks. Boot up and under.
It's going to be a problem.
They both the back three let the ball bounce.
Nice.
A boot stays in. Offsides on number 2, Isaac Bales. So they're going to take the scrum all the way up from the kick. It's going to be offsides. A crucial mistake on USA South is going to give Mexico the scrum at the 22.
The territorial kickings made cause a lot of problems for both teams today. That last one didn't go as planned for Felipe, but in either direction, I'm seeing guys either dropping the ball or a little gust of wind carries it over their heads. There's been and then some ugly bounces. You've got to catch it on the full, otherwise your life's going to be difficult.
A great tackle by Isaiah Poku on the big 8-man for Mexico. He just squared him up and brought him down. Guerrero sidesteps Burcham. And they've got some space on the outside.
Good tackle.
I'm very impressed with the tackling on both sides.
At this late stage in the game, there's only 5 minutes left, and they're still working very hard on tackling.
Turnover.
Chasing people down.
USA South has the ball. The boot underneath from Stockton. The strength has definitely gone out of that kick, and that's going to be a knock-on advantage towards USA South. And another knock-on, so it's going to go to scrum. They've got just under 5 minutes here, maybe a little more with that stoppage earlier. They can just take their time and drive this ball, not panic. They could tie this game up. They need a conversion, and preferably one under the posts.
It's going to be an exciting last 5 minutes of the game.
The Jamaicans are cheering for Mexico.
I see that.
Maybe they don't want to face them.
I think Mexico got the better of USA South in that scrum, but it wheeled far enough for the referee to call it again.
I think Jamaica is rooting for Mexico because they want a rematch at the USA South second side. Oh, a nice loop
ball.
pass to Perrine. He has help on the outside if he can just find it. There's Poku with a breakaway down the middle of the field. He needs his support, and he rushed it.
It's good. I think they've still got possession. There's no knock on, so they're still good to go.
There's the prop, but he's all alone. That's Doug Price. Stockton is taking his time, moving the ball. There's Perrine with Vauder.
Nice
He's a
quick
hard
hands.
runner inside center. They've got the ball, maybe a numbers advantage on the right if they can just find it.
Good sequences, good phases, getting recycled quick.
There's Noah Menace. And he runs through. He's got another 10-yard run. And a penalty to USA South.
Played it quickly.
There's Stockton, takes it into contact. He needs to find the ground. USA South is knocking at the door. 5 yards out, another penalty, not back 10. So they cannot go quick here. You can't go quick twice in a row. They're going to set up a penalty play. And they're rushing it. There's Noah Meneses with the ball's out, and he's going to score it in the corner. That's going to be a try, but he's got to make this conversion. He's beating his chest, but he needs to hurry up. They only have 2 minutes left. I don't know if Stockton knows they only have 2 minutes left. He's got to make this kick and kick it off.
not doing it. So the Mexican player down.
Cooper. Stockton's running out of time. He's got to make the kick and kick it off. He's taking his time, drinking water. So Stockton has said that the game is over, so he's got to make this kick for the tie.
No pressure, son.
What are the rules in a tie? It's a tie? It's a draw. Makes pool play pretty interesting.
Yeah, right?
So we've just been informed that if he makes this kick, it will go to a kicking competition. He's got to bang this one in from the sideline, so we're going to quiet it down for him.
Big pressure kick.
And it's just wide. He misses the kick, so USA South is going to be down by 2. He thought the game was over, which is why he took his time, but I've been informed the game is not over, which is...
So they're going to at least kick off again. The score is 17-15 to Mexico.
So I'm a little confused now why Stockton took so long to kick it. So there's going to be one more kickoff here. It's going to probably be the final play, I'm guessing. I think there was a little more time due to that stoppage earlier, about 7 minutes ago. Doug Vaughter with a spin move, shaking off tackler. He's been a hard runner this whole game. He's still chugging. He needs to find the ground, but they're going to hold him up and turn this ball over, and he does find the ground.
Good pressure from Mexico on the counter ruck, causing all kinds of problems for the scrum half.
So Vaughter's able to pound it up again. So Mexico's turned it over, and they find it out of bounds. Penalty to USA South. I didn't hear the conversation with the assistant referee, but it's going to be a USA South ball. Almost cost it was Tom Stockton, but he gets it off to Douglas Price on the powering run. USA South has given one more opportunity. Here's Julian Presley from Georgia with his first action. He's got his hands in the ruck. Mexico does. There's Noah Meneses. And a nice ruck from number 18. He's another sub. That's Luciano Malvicino. A knock on to Mexico. That's going to be game.
Mexico win 17-15. Great effort from USA South.
That was our most tightly contested game of the tournament. Mexico wins 17-15. That was awesome.
That was a great game of rugby. What a great game of rugby. Como quiere. Whichever you want. Okay.